Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, we are playing as Celril, the Altmer noble, in his quest to obtain all the relics in Tamriel. We have temporarily left Skyrim, and we are currently in fanfiction High Rock in order to get some questing done here. Really, our ultimate goal is the items in Spinster Peak here. But before we go to Spinster Peak, we need to do a few other quests along the way. And yes, as far as the jobs we need to get, the College of Winterhold has sent us to get a staff, and the Volgahar vampires have sent us to get a whatchamacallit, a kill a Nightmaster vampire, you know. They're basically a bunch of necromancers up there, and in amongst them is a Nightmaster vampire who must be killed. It's pretty simple. Now, give me a second to do a thing. The nose can be just fine until the moment I get on stream, and then all of a sudden, you know, I'm allergic to being seen, apparently. Anyway, let's go ahead and head over to Deep Crag. Well, not Deep Crag Ravine, but we're going to head over to Evermore and follow up, having a word with the Archpriest. We actually need to talk to the Archpriest for 2 different quests, which is a bit ridiculous. We have Beyond Reach's audio turned off, or at least its music turned off, because it has a tendency to trigger certain things. It's not copyrighted per se. It's, you know, it's licensed music. The problem is the license is, well, let's just say the YouTubes want to have a little fight over who gets the money for those songs, and I'd rather not. So we're just going without music entirely. Now, we are heading over to Evermore currently, which is over there. You can see the barrier from here, actually, just shimmering there. Yes. Very good, very good. Mm-hmm. Yes, well, the mod itself, it uses, to my knowledge, it uses licensed music, but the YouTubes still want a piece of the action, as it were. So I'm just like, I can turn off game music, at least while I'm in fanfiction High Rock. I mean, it's not like we haven't heard Skyrim's tunes a million times already. I'm sure you can just fill it in with your own music at this point. Yes. Let's go. Moving on. So, we are going to skip the village investigation and go directly to the temple in Evermore. We're going to have a chat with the priest. It's interesting how Arnima is far more detailed than Evermore. Yes. There's a cart in the tree. I believe it. It happens from time to time. You look at these trees, they're bent. So, anyway. We are looking at these eventiers.
There were rumors of some monstrosity up in the valley. We need to finish these savages off before it's too late.
It's true. It was like it was a skeleton. It used the dragon animations, but it was like a bone colossus bizarre thing that flew around. Really bizarre. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and have a little chit-chat. I was going to have a little chit-chat, but, I suppose, yeah, there's no one here. Oh, interesting. May your work take you higher. Well, I suppose Evermore is pretty tall, even though it's not very big. I thought they could have done a bit of work and expanded it a bit. You know, use the Bethesda cheat. For those who don't know, the Bethesda cheat is you make some place bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. Bethesda does it all the time. Anyway, we are now going to find the temple. And I think this isn't the temple. This is just an apparel store, an ink place. I bet it's on the top level. That would make the most sense.
Those Redguard vultures are finally gone. That's one less burden we have to deal with. Make yourself busy.
Wow. Alright, this will get us up to... Wait, that's Kingguard's training hall. Here we go, Evermore. Could have sworn I had... Ah, there they are. I was like, where the hell are my slippers? And the answer is I literally left them right next to the microphone stand.
It's so bright out here. I don't know how you stand it.
Okay. Now, as far... Oh, that's the temple. That is the Temple of the Divines. So let's go ahead and make a save here. Just kind of off back here. And we'll head on in. Pretty important we do that.
Spit it out.
You're the priest in the Divide? What? Hold on a second. I want to check these books while no one's watching. Aha! A new book. Very good. That's one new book. Don't see any others? Let's check the other. There's 2 more bookcases here, so we'll just go down the list and make sure we haven't missed anything. Nope, doesn't look like it. That's unfortunate, but also understandable. There's 2 more bookcases here. Actually, there are 4 total bookcases, so let's check these first before we do anything else. The fact I found 1 new book is... it means that there's a possibility. Put it like that. So, we'll just crack this open. And Sermon of Vivek, Volume 8. That's what I'm talking about. That belongs in the museum. Bishop's Note. Book fragment on Artaeum. Location, deep, shallow. Okay. On Artaeum, right here. That is something we didn't really need, but hey, whatever. Okay, let's very sneakily... yeah, it looks like we can do it. I don't see anything. Won't be for another couple weeks, probably. All right. That should do it. Let's go have a chat with... What was that? Dragonhide? That was a scroll of Dragonhide. That's ridiculous. All right, priest. We must speak.
Are you in need, friend?
I see another terrible microphone, man. Not as bad as the actual leader, though. All right, that's better. So, let me ask you something. Do you know anything about a necromancer that terrorized the Divide?
The Divide has yet to deal with that matter. What happened to the mercenaries they hired?
I wasn't told of anyone else dealing with the issue.
Yes, figures. The dead seem to be where the threshold lies when it comes to their work. Though now a more startling revelation has come to the fore. That those dark mages not only inhabit the hidden crannies of the East, but on our very doorstep.
Really?
If you can recall the Divide's priest, an elderly gentleman named Feinig, he was the one who made us aware that their devious ilk have made themselves our neighbors. Right under our noses, as Feinig stated.
Right.
Though with further inspection, a correction had to be made, for they exist above, occupying the frozen rubble heap of Spinster's Peak.
Well, we actually have 2 separate quests to go into Spinster's Peak, so this sounds fortuitous.
A near-ancient rebel fort, built by our feuding forebears, probably making the capital of many bygone kingdoms. Yet when the Empire had sought to partition High Rock for its own means, those kingdoms of yore were dissolved, razing their respective capitals. Now these ruins shelter only the wretched of our land. Normally those of petty repute will get to them first. But when they don't, more sinister parties will fill their decrepit halls, as has been seen with past necromancer cults.
Right. Well, then, I'll see if anyone dwells there.
I advise great caution on this expedition. Necromancers are the most dangerous foe. Audacious displays will be your undoing. That's not to dissuade you from your journey, as your eagerness itself is a sign of immense bravery. Pray before heading out. The gods will be needed in this perilous task.
All right.
Make preparations to shield yourself from their magic too, or else your chances are slim. I'll make a prayer so that the gods may watch over you.
All right. Thank you very much. Well,
Good fortunes.
yes, good fortunes indeed. Well, Akatosh gives you learn all skills faster. I don't exactly care about that, but I would like to see what's up with this little gem if we bring it over here. Debeller, Archay. I like how there's just a Talos Shrine here, and in the other regions, the other two towns, that is, the Talos Shrine is hidden somewhere, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I'll just go ahead and pray here and make it look like I'm actually praying to... I guess I can't because it's... You know, I can only pray at night due to my unique religious situation. Yes, I can only pray at night. The Necromancer's moon. Oh, boy. Ah, well. Let's head on out, I suppose. No big deal. I was going to pick up the next quest, but if they want me to go to Spinster's Peak right now, I think this is the perfect time to go, really. So, behind me, Rumarn and Serana should be appearing, but they didn't, so we'll just kind of summon them. This is kind of a big deal here. Now, this is Evermore, and in fact, oh, there's Rumarn and Serana. And this is my house right over here, the Greenmoor Manor. This mod author really needs to either put dashes or apostrophes, rather than just putting a capital in the same word. That's a no-no. It just, anyway, let me see here. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. Greenmoor Manor's fine. It's just that, you know, the text is, it has a problem. Then again, I saw a Sword Singer, and I had a very, very similar experience with that. All right, let's go. Miss. Yes. Technically, there shouldn't be... Let's see, how many in-game days did this excavation take? Oh, I actually finished the excavation. I should update this. So, to finish up some, yeah, I'm changing the title of the stream here. To finish up some, follow on quests from Skyrim guilds. There we go. That is more accurate. All right. Stream title's updated. Oof. There we go. So I did finish the excavation, but I'm required to get a staff for the College of Winterhold, and I need to kill a Nightmaster vampire for the purposes of Castle Volkihar. So in other words, I need to get up there, and I have a local quest. I just got the quest to go up there anyway. So yeah, I have 3 objectives there, 2 of which will take me back to Skyrim. Who are you? An exile?
Stop pissing.
Stop pissing.
Where'd you come from?
6 feet up.
Rich A, I'll put you 6 feet under. All right, we have to we're going to use Ariel's bow. We need to practice archery. If there's only one guy here, we'll just kind of murder him.
That'll teach
It's
you.
Yeah.
over.
Yeah. There's no reason not to practice. we won't be doing a museum tour for another, few rounds. There's a whole lot of things that will go in the museum ultimately. But, yeah. Let's start heading on up. We need to kind of cut cross-country this way. Yes. Our goal is Spinster's Peak. Anyone who gets in my way along the way there will die. So, yeah, up that way. But kind of around. So, I wonder if this cave leads in. I don't think... Oh, that's too deep, shallow. Oh, jeez. No, that goes into the mountain itself. Do you know how many displays? 1,800 something displays, yes. And we're nowhere near full. Alright. Well, let's keep going. We might be encountering more groups of bandits here, I think. Let's cast Dragonhide just in case. I feel like that's an important thing to do here. Yes. Then we'll make a new save and carry on. And what do you know? Bandits. Immediate bandits. Let's, wait, that's Frenzy. What about Fury? God, neither one is good. I'm getting nuked, so I should probably pay more attention. Let's summon our minions, our Wrathmen from the Soul Cairn, and deal with these guys.
Slice you ear to ear.
Good. So.
My steel is going up your ass.
Yes. These
Brother down.
pretty crude, isn't it?
This bastard already.
Yeah, that crack shot is something else.
Another gutter. 6 feet.
Hey!
Brother down. Kill this bastard already.
Yep. I just critically struck Rumarn because of reasons. We're gonna heal him. Where'd he go? Okay, there's one more target. Looks to be in this direction. Let's get him killed. Yes. Really, sir. Terrible job, Brigand. Terrible job. Right. Done and done is right. We've killed all the bandits. Let's get rid of our Wrathmen for now. Yes. And now we'll see about harvesting these bandits. Blood, flesh. Yes. Same deal here. I wonder how many human hearts we're up to at this point. I mean, the human heart is practically worthless other than as an alchemy ingredient or a source of blood. So, it's just kind of funny, nonetheless. Good enough. Goat hides, sure. You'll notice that a lot of these places are completely boarded up. The doors don't operate. Oddly enough, quite a bit of the divide was this way when I initially checked out Beyond Reach years ago. So it's been thoroughly updated, and I appreciate that. I really do. But you can tell this little hamlet also has its doors that are just broken, so clearly the mod author never finished the mod. At least from the perspective of actually having a complete world space with everything there. Looks like a bandit just shot an arrow at us. That's glorious. I think Sir Honor should be attacking the bandit now. Really, I'm just gonna grab you. Get over here, crack shot. Yes. See, we just clunked him good.
Gonna make mincemeat out of you.
That's what you think, sir. Get back here.
It's over.
Yes, it is over. Okay. Blood, heart, flesh, and, yeah. Still, I need to, speak to how much better Beyond Reach has gotten, since I originally played it. I actually feel like, to a certain degree, there are some stakes in the things I'm doing. You know, like, it's not that there's no urgency telling me you've got to do these things right now. But at the same time, it's like, any day now, something might happen if you don't take action. You know, it's, these are all precautionary things that we've done when we've attacked the Witchmen, and then, you know, we unleashed the horror that we had to kill. We opened up an Oblivion Gate and released a Daedra, some sort of like flesh abomination Daedra, the wayward ego, basically. All of that was in order to try to preempt some sort of, you know, big tragedy, but at the same time, I think that you said Beyond Reach or Act 1, 2, and 3 of Vigilant. I'd argue Vigilant Acts 2 and 3 are, you know, about on par. But Act 1 is terrible, so no. Act 1 needs a complete rebuild from the beginning. The way he's like, hey, I need you to join the Vigilance of Stendar. Come on, man. It'll be cool. Alright, oh, you killed a prostitute, eh? That's why you look so refreshed. Like, it was technically the vampire. It was a vampire prostitute. The whole thing is cringy bad. Act 1 of Vigilant. Despite the other acts being much better.
Where'd you come from?
Bears! This is the place I'd expect to see bears. Bam!
Where'd you come from?
Yes, the vampire prostitute that was a gargoyle. Oh, nice. I got a one-handed damage bonus. Serana raised this bear. The bear is disabled. There we go. No, it's still dead. Good work, Serana. You've utterly failed to raise the dead. Oh, I feel so bad for Serana there. Okay, we're just grabbing bear bile, mainly. Figure we can get some bile out of every single one of these bears. Eventually raise, have Hersing come up and say, hey, you can't do that. Yeah, we're just gonna put it out of its misery, I think. That's better. I'm glad we made that decision. Okay. Let's go. Wait. How's our carry situation is not good. Rumarin, let's have a chit-chat about this. Actually, I'm looking at a few other things. I'm like, yikes, there's a couple things I have to do. Hold on. Close that. Yeah, I have a bunch of things open in the background. I'm like, I don't need to have all these things open. And it would probably be better if I closed them. So I'm just doing that right now. Yeah, okay, that's a bit better. Now, as I was saying, I need to give Rumarin a bunch of junk. So, kind of a big deal. But I'm taking things from Rumarin because I'm extra smart today. Yes. Past my carry capacity entirely taking things from Rumarin. But no, it's good that I started to... I noticed, I should say, that we were reaching our burden limit before we actually went and got into another fight with some witchmen. Which I imagine, I have no idea what's up there technically. They say there's going to be necromancers, but we have no real idea. All we know is that the crazy man, the guy who destroyed the town near the Divide, he used to be a part of this coven of necromancers, and he was exiled. He basically figured out, well, I can't return to them in these circumstances, so I'm kind of screwed. Let me see if I can just put these away. No, I can't. The Elder Scrolls are considered quest items until I give them to Dexian or put them in the gallery. It makes sense. It really is. It really does make sense, I should say. Butcher's journals. Those are nice. Alva's journal. Yep. So there's quite a few journals that we're just putting away here. Actually, let's go back and look at Sir Honor's books. I suspect I knew it. I knew it. There was a member of the Volkohar clan who had a book we hadn't read yet. I was sure that was more or less the case, but you know. And all the spell tomes I've been picking up, of course, that I haven't put away. Like, how many spell tomes have I been carrying? Just enough to have like 20 pounds of carry capacity used up. I have 2 Ethereum War books. Trying to pick those up, you know. Trying to pick those up. Okay. Alright, that should do it. Last thing we need to do is put away all the miscellaneous items. And then we should be good to go. Yes. As you can see, we do have all the crystal shards, technically. So we can probably just do the Ethereum Wars at some point soon. That would probably be a good quest to do in between all our normal stuff. That way we have enough Ethereum ore stockpiled to make all of the Ethereum items. I'm pretty sure. Alright, that's good enough, I suppose. Well, actually, it's not. It's not good enough at all, actually. No, we want to put away all these extra potions that we've been picking up. We don't need any health potions, for example. And we don't need any stamina potions either. Yes. Is it possible to read the Elder Scrolls without going blind? Yes. If you only do it once or twice. The problem is the Elder Scrolls drive people to continue reading them. Because there's always more about the prophecy, the various prophecies to learn, more clarification, further visions, you know. So you're driven to read it again and again and again until eventually you go blind. And that's just how it works. You said information high? You're going to make me play the Macross Plus music video then. And then Twitch is going to ban me. Alright. Can't do that. Yeah. There we go. So, let's just get the hell out. Alright. No, straight through. Straight through. But yes. The details of a vision might always be slightly out of reach. So you're compelled to read it again and again. And you know how that ends up. Alright, so there on that lake, there's a bunch of Forsworn. I'm not happy about that. Technically Witchmen, not Forsworn. But, you know. The Witchmen of High Rock and the Forsworn were more or less identical in the lore. But then, you know, come Skyrim, the, less so. Well, here we go. We gotta fight. Okay. Let rot consume you. Nice. Alright. Let's go ahead and teleport.
Where'd you come from?
The mine.
Okay, we're gonna surround these guys a bit. There we go. That's better. Real flesh? Yes. Okay, what I need to do now is I need to actually back off for a second. Talk to Serraner. I forgot something. I need some black soul gems. Yes, we've got 62 empty black soul gems. So let's grab like 15 and start filling them. So, we're gonna get started by using soul trap here. There we go. And these two should be good to go. That's a soul. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Things keep sniping me from a distance, which is very annoying. Alright, same deal. We just want to soul trap all these guys. Yes. Good. The flesh. I do like that I have this tree to duck behind, considering my enemy. Alright, let's get this guy. Alright, he's affected. Yes, yes. You're dead. Yeah. Released from the flesh. Okay, I did not expect to kill an entire fort worth of Forsworn, or Witchmen, but that's how it works. That's how it works, I suppose. There we go. That's all of them. That's all of them. Let's grab our, not our hunting knife, our scalpel, and begin carving out their hearts. Very important. Get their blood, their hearts, their flesh. They say they've been released from it. Well, they've actually just been shoved into soul gems, but, you know, that's kind of what I need to do to keep my lord Manny Marco happy. Fill those black soul gems. I will have a great, great number of things to enchant for sure. Hey, I'm working on getting all of the, like I'm getting a human heart despite getting his briar heart as well. Interesting. With his briar heart taken, it doesn't run the script that takes it out of his chest. That's unfortunate, but also understandable. It's a different NPC type after all. Not the stock vanilla Skyrim type. Oh, the Hagraven had a black soul gem for me. Nice. Okay, well, I think I've got all the parts I need. So let's go ahead and run around here and see if we can loot anything. I mean, there's ruined books and common soul gems, so these are nice. Let me see here. Why so late? What are you talking about? It's early. I started streaming at midnight. Yes, midnight. Alright, let's get going. Open up our chest, and we got a Cyrodiilic ring. Yes. Okay. Now then. Yes, we are very early. Very early indeed. Okay, I'm just double checking to see if there's anything else here. Because we might be able to find our targets. Who knows? No, mostly I just, I am slowly working on adjusting my sleep pattern because, in a couple weeks I'm going to have to actually, meet with other people in real life and go places and, you know, do things like a responsible human being, so I'm slowly adjusting my sleep pattern because currently I'm in a place where around, oh, it's 5 a.m., time to go take a nap. And that's not a good place to be if you need to be somewhere in the morning. See what I mean? So, just going to, I have time to play with it. I don't have to force myself to stay up an entire day to correct it. I can just gradually stay up later and later up until the point where I actually do need to be awake during the day to get certain things done. All right. Let me see where we're going. Is this Spinster's Peak? Yeah, this is Spinster's Peak. So we have 3 quests to do here. We have to get the staff for the College of Winterhold. We have to kill the Nightmaster Vampire for Castle Volkihar. And we have to do a local quest to wipe out the Necromancers. And the local quest to wipe out the Necromancers is indeed the based on this. You said, do you think most people have their sleeping schedules messed up because of the virus? Well, yes and no. There are issues, like some people have essential jobs, and that includes like grocery store workers, you know, stuff like that, clerks. There are a lot of things that need to get done, even though the virus is going on. And
Done and done.
okay, that's number 1. Number 2, you have folks like my wife who are able to work entirely from their computer, but their company still requires that they do their job at very specific periods of time due to how banks function, things like that. You know, so certain services will only be open at certain times, regardless of whether or not you can physically go into them or not. In which case, your job, even if done from home, can only be done at certain times. So, my wife sticks to a pretty routine schedule that I don't have to. Thankfully, I have deadlines, not schedules. Let's just say. Unfortunately for me, I say fortunate. Why do I say unfortunately? Fortunately for me, I don't have anything I need to do until a couple weeks into the new year. So, you know, around the I want to say the 20th to the 30th, I will probably disappear for a while. Let's see here. I will probably disappear for about 10 days, more or less.
Who's there?
Oh, here we go. Got Necromancer. Wait, that's an animated corpse fighting what? What are you? Oh God, this guy isn't afflicted. He's not a Necromancer. He's an afflicted. Wait, no, he's a risen afflicted. So an Arc Necromancer has found an afflicted. It's crazy stuff. All right, let's go take these Necromancers out. But yeah, my point, Casper, is that, you know, we talk about how a lot of people have their sleep schedules messed up. I believe it's more unique to myself because the people I know, in general, are A-okay with their sleep schedules, including members of my family. It's just me being an absolutely insane person who wants to constantly. I'm TCLing down here to find this guy. Look at that. I'm gonna click on him. Excuse me, sir. I need to find him. Click on him. Yeah. He's stuck. He's stuck under the terrain. This is the second time in Beyond Reach I've seen this. Move to player. And TCL. Okay, bye.
Where'd you come from?
Yes. Now, as I was saying, I have a tendency to always want to be awake at night and sleep in the morning.
That'll teach you.
I've been this way my entire life. I have forced myself to schedules for jobs. I have woken schooling as well, but I've woken up. I forced myself to wake up early, end up staying up too late, get less sleep. You know. How do I put this? As far as There have been parts of my life where I absolutely needed to follow strict schedules, and thankfully, this isn't one of them. As every once in a while, I will be short on sleep if the wife wakes me up and says, "Hey, we should do this or that," and I'm like, "Okay," but you know, I usually make up for it. Yep. All your sleeping schedules get screwed up in winter? No, I don't like to follow a strict schedule. I do like being up certain times. It's just that, how do I best put this? I vastly prefer to be awake at night and sleep in the morning. Unfortunately, life doesn't let me do that all the time. As I mentioned, you know, around the 20th to the 30th of this month, I'm going to kind of drop off the map, and I will basically need to be up by like 6:30 every morning and you know, get stuff done. I will need to be on schedule and present for meetings. So yeah, that's going to be fun for me, as I will naturally stay awake longer because that's just the way I am. And the result is I will just get less sleep.
I'm gonna split you open, Hall.
What the hell? An arc necromancer just kind of ran up in front of me. Hey. We got him. Grab that soul gem. Okay.
You're in for it now.
That'll teach.
That exile, though. Yes. Said being up at 6:30 knocks you out for the rest of the day. Well, I'll adjust after the first day. It's not that big a deal. It's just that, you know, it's the first day that's going to kill me, and that's why I'm kind of semi-working on my sleep schedule now by forcing myself to stay awake later. I guarantee you it'll be out of whack as soon as my need to stay awake goes away. It will immediately go to hell again. And I'm fine with that. I need to go outside one more time. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, he's actually dead. I wanted to make sure I had absolutely everything here. See if there's anything over the edge there. Yep. Yeah. As far as adjusting my sleep schedule goes, I just need to... I can force it by staying awake one day and then going to sleep at the proper time when I'm completely exhausted. I can get that done, and it's just that I will have to deal with a few shenanigans there. Alright, let's get going. Yep. We're going to go ahead and cast Dragonhide. Yeah, we've got 3 missions here in Spinster's Peak. First is our... first, we have to get a staff for the Mages Guild. College of Winterhold, whatever you want to call it. Secondly, we have to kill a Nightmaster Vampire in here. And thirdly, we have a local quest in High Rock in order to purge these necromancers. So it's all at the same time. Damn, she's a pain in the ass. We got her, though.
Alright, that's one less thing to worry about.
Man, it is one less thing to worry about. Alright, let's go ahead and use our scalpel. Extract her blood. Rip out her heart. Flesh. Good, good, good. And the bones. Oh, wall cage key. Okay. Wait. Take the consummate potion. Wall cage. We'll find it. We'll find it eventually. Some ectoplasm and a giant's toe, as well as an egg. Another egg. Are the eggs just scattered around the ground? You think they'd be cracked if they were tossed like that, but I guess not. No big deal. Ash pile had a grand soul gem in it. Lovely. Ooh, look at this staff. Tandil. It just I guess that's the staff I needed. That is the staff I needed to deliver to Enthier. Okay. That's not a problem, I suppose. Let's go check out some of the other locations really quick before we go up. I knew it. There's more stuff here. Scroll, Banished Daedra. There's so many Banished Daedra scrolls in this mod, I've noticed. Spellbinder Boots, Gilded Elven Boots of Frost. Let's see. Got some spell tomes. They're all necromancy based. That's nice that necromancers actually have necromancy tomes. Kind of something I'd expect to see, but, you know, they don't. A lot of little details like that vanilla Skyrim doesn't really have. Okay, so this is the exit. That's fine, I suppose. Oof, my goodness. Let's check up here. Cabbage soup. It's gotta be poisoned. Nothing else? Nothing else. Okay, let's go. Bit of extra time. I say let's go, and then I immediately find a whole bunch of alchemy ingredients on a table. I'm like, God damn it, what are you doing to me? Raise zombie. Oh, burn books for Latoria. That's good. Yep, that's A-okay. So. I don't hate Beyond Reach. I prefer Elder Scrolls 2. But, I do appreciate the time and effort that went into this. Far more than something like Skaggerfall. Jeez. Just, take a moment and absorb how, the effort that went into Skaggerfall, but not a good result at all. It's, I'd rather just play modded Daggerfall Unity at that point. Oof, my goodness. Valskar is pretty terrible and pretty fun, regardless. It's generic. You said Skaggerfall's a thing? Yeah, it's just, they stuffed Daggerfall's main quest in a handful of dungeons into the Skyrim engine. I don't recommend it. The actual landscape is pretty bad, and that's not their fault. Yes. It isn't their fault at all. Let me see here. It's more like the entire project was on a bad foundation. Let me see here. You wonder why there's no improvement in technology or infrastructure? Yeah, I know. At the same time, how do you actually have an ancient kingdom, a truly ancient kingdom that's been around for ages? Well, we usually say they used magic, and that knowledge is lost now. That's typically been our way of dealing with that, as far as ancient cultures go. The problem is the Elder Scrolls takes place in a very narrow time frame, and suddenly decides to do a 200-year time skip with no real reason, no real thought put into it. Things have gotten worse, not better. And, or they haven't advanced, I should say. And, yeah, it was a kind of a dumb idea, really. I do think that when you look at Daggerfall and you look at the fact it has bank systems, a full court system with a judge, things like that, it shows that there's a little bit of higher civilization around. And Morrowind strips that away, not because Morrowind was lazy, but rather because Morrowind was an alien culture. they didn't operate quite the same way we would. But then come Oblivion, they just kind of took all of Morrowind's eccentricities and just said, yeah, these are just standard all across the Empire now. It's silly. Instead of making Oblivion a successor to Daggerfall, and I do not mean having a giant fucking world, okay? That's a bit excessive. I get it. Daggerfall is my favorite game, but it's the attention to detail that Oblivion lacks and that Skyrim puts in all the wrong places. Anyway. This isn't unique to the Elder Scrolls, though. Look at the Fallout universe. Yeah, you get a death sentence in Morrowind if you kill too many people. Alright, so these exiles can be processed. That's nice. The only way to get rid of a colossal bounty in Morrowind is through the Thieves Guild, in order for them to bribe the right people. Because the guards would just go, you've been sentenced to death. And it's like, well, shit. Yeah. Alright, Frostweaver there. Soul Gem fragments. This is the entrance to the dungeon. Okay. This is the same cell. Why was the load door required then? Yeah, whatever. Some soul gems, various other things. No big deal. Bloody black boots means there's that vampire around somewhere. But yes. I do think that killing people should have a reputation penalty. In Oblivion, they actually had an infamy stat, which if you had any infamy at all, you couldn't use holy relics like the one I'm using right now. Let's go ahead and talk to this person. We're gonna hit them with pacify and have a chit chat. I'd like to talk to you. Okay, so you have nothing to say to me? Very well. Well, how about this then? How about I kill you and rip your throat out? Bye. Good. That'll do it. Blood, heart, flesh. And those are tribunal robes. Nice. I'll take them. Another wall cage key. They really want... Oh, Drenny Darkwing. Nice. Is someone there? Yes. Is someone there indeed? You'll be asking that question for all eternity. And when we get far enough away from her, the message will disappear off the screen. It happens with pacified NPCs or NPCs in alternate states that get interrupted and their message stays on screen. You can also purge that message by reloading a save file. But you'll notice that when I get far enough away, it disappears. When I get close, yep. You said it's easy for fans to think of better ideas. Why can't mainstream games implement them? Oh, well, for one thing, games would be a fucking disaster if they took every single suggestion that people had. You know the way Michael Kirkbride was famous for having said, there is no canon, only levels of good ideas. There are also terrible ideas, and there are a lot of them. And a lot of people think they want something, not realizing that that in giving the player X, you would destroy W, Y, and Z elements of the game, necessitating a redesign or a rework. There are a lot of reasons why you can't just willy-nilly listen to everyone. I'm not saying it isn't a good idea to listen to fans. Certainly not. I'm saying it's not a good idea to compromise your central vision. Unfortunately, I think my idea of a central vision is at odds with Todd Howard's. I think that's the issue here. Yes. Up. Yeah, I don't need that. I thought it was something useful. I was getting, like, ruined books. Ruined books are useful. That book I already have in the museum, so it doesn't matter. Alright, let's get back up. Gotta keep going. Ooh. We gotta open this thing with magic. Alright, it's a two-step process. First, we cast Muffle on ourselves. Then, we use the open spell. And it produces a loud, exploding noise, which no one hears because of Muffle. That's the wall cage key. Okay, so that gets us up there. Interesting. That's fine. Ah, crap. There's a necromancer up there. Looks like we're fighting. Oh, she doesn't see me. She doesn't see me. This is perfect. I can probably slit her throat. She did not aggro on me. She aggroed on my allies, so I think I can get her. Damn right.
Good riddance, I say.
Okay, we won't be able to do that again, so it's fine though. We were able to actually get in unnoticed, which surprised me. Nah, we don't need any of this stuff. Grab those Elysius. Did not mean to grab that axe. We can put the axe back. Yeah. We don't need the ancient Nord axe or the iron axes. Oh, more. Wait, what?
That takes care of that.
Serana just raised this necromancer. She has no heart, no flesh, or no bones, but the game doesn't care. Alright. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that... Listen, give me a moment. Hold on. What I was trying to say is I tend to have a fair few more well thought out ideas. However, even those well thought out ideas that do take game design into account would necessitate huge changes to the way Bethesda Game Studios does things. I don't expect them to take what if Skyrim was good and use that as a map to the next game. Nor would I really want them to. Developing is more difficult than that. And people say, why don't you make a Trello or a set of design documents? I'm like, well, they aren't paying me. So I'm just rambling out my ideas. That's, let's see. There was a trend in the years prior to Skyrim that they adopted the building mechanics from Minecraft from Fallout 4. No. Okay, what happened was, it turns out some of them really liked the idea of building your own stuff. So it for whatever reason, we all kind of got it in our heads, like as a community, that Bethesda was being forced to make these elements and put them into their game because they were popular and they were able to, they'd sell and they'd make people buy more units and blah, 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 blah. Turns out that's not true. I had spoken to a former Bethesda employee, and they confirmed to me, no, the developers just really fucking like Minecraft-style building systems. They like it themselves, so they wanted to make a game that they themselves would play. It's that simple. All right, looks like we're gonna have a big ol' necromancer here. The creature. Is that a troll? That is a slowed.
Who's there?
That is definitely a slowed.
Something?
Oh boy. A level 60 slowed. Yeah. Don't do that. I'm immune to fear, thankfully. Okay.
Die! I still remember how to fight.
Come out
Bam.
inside.
That'll do it. The slowed is dead. Technically, he probably isn't dead. He just kind of left. Sloweds can walk. Sloweds can jump. Sloweds can levitate around under their own power. Sloweds can teleport. Sloweds can do all kinds of crazy shit. But no, Nagasta was running around in Elder Scrolls Redguard. So, it might be common sense to think something that fat couldn't walk, but I hate to say it, your common sense doesn't apply to Tamriel. All right. Let me see here. There's another area. The Nightmaster Vampire we're after. So we've killed the or we banished the Slowed, I should say. The Slowed doesn't seem to have been a ghost of some sort, or a, maybe not even an actual ghost. Maybe he was a projection or something. But he only had physicality with some ectoplasm shit that's there. All right. You have to build all around the world in Fallout 4? Yes. There's like 2 towns in Fallout 4 and you're meant to build the rest. Yes, what happened to the Republic of Dave and all the other, funny areas in Fallout 3? And, nope, don't worry about those. The players will build them up. All right, let me see. This area's kind of cool. Yes, there is a mod that lets you import other people's builds, and of course there's sim settlements where people will build on their own, especially if you use the quote-unquote Conqueror plugin, where all the settlements will have built themselves up while you were away. Was gonna say that No Man's Sky has a way better building system than Fallout 4 does, and Fallout 76 by extension, which is quite sad, actually. All right, we gotta kill her. She's the necromancer we're targeting. We gotta get the Nightmaster Vampire in the next room. I guarantee you she will aggro first. We need to kill her first, then. Arc. I'm not a huge fan of Arc in general as a video game.
What was that?
It's too limited to be Minecraft, and it's too free to be anything meaningful to me. So hey, oh, there's the Nightmaster Vampire. We killed him. I'm just not a fan of Arc in general. Okay. It doesn't go in one, it doesn't commit and go in one direction enough. It's, it kind of half-asses most of its core gameplay loop, basically. Yeah. You like the mobile camp in Fallout 76? I think it's acceptable for what you need to do. I don't really praise the idea of a camp. I think that if we had dedicated servers where your camp wouldn't just be teleporting around and you could actually just put it down anywhere you wanted, and then, this would be your claim in the dedicated server, I'd like Fallout 76 a lot more, for sure. But no, every time I look into playing Ark, it does feel half-finished. It feels like they didn't commit far enough to making it, you know, a truly free building game. Nor did they go far enough to, you know, make it narratively structured in a way that I'd care about. So it's like, all right, but there are other games that do what you do better. So why? Ooh, powerful summoned and raised creatures are put under your control. So this staff allows me to take control of other people's Daedra. If someone summons a Daedra, I can pull this staff out and go, you're mine. Yes. Honeycomb. Daedra heart. Human heart. Low dust. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything of note here. Of substance. Of import. There's a dead troll here. I'll extract its blood and see if it has anything on it, but no, it doesn't. The answer is always Sea of Thieves. Ha ha ha. Now, the great thing about Sea of Thieves is that it doesn't have a progression system, which is bonkers when you, like, I can't play a game unless it has an actual progression system so that I feel like I'm making progress, like I'm doing a job. Because I need to do a job every day, like in my video game. Since I'm not actually employed in real life, I need to, you know, feel progress vicariously through a video game. What? Oh, no. I'm sorry, I'm making up a fictitious person who might really need progression in their video games. They, I just don't understand how it gets to that point with certain people where they can't enjoy an experience for an experience. They need to feel like they're making artificial progress every time they play. It's like, there are actual games that are meant to be enjoyed as either a social experience or they're meant to be enjoyed as, you know, a one-off, okay, well, you experienced this quest. Okay, you experienced that quest. What do those quests do for me? Well, nothing other than you experienced them. You know. Oh, you thought Ark was an action game with guns and dinosaurs and then you were tricked? That's funny. People are obsessed with the superficial RPG elements. That's what I'm saying, is they aren't real RPG elements. It's just a progression system that, you know, lets people feel like they're actually making progress when they're not really. And that's I've had a fair few people say they can't play Sea of Thieves because it doesn't have a progression system. I'm thinking, well, I barely play Sea of Thieves, but when I do, I sit down for some adventure. You know, I'm ready to go take down a pirate fort, or I'm gonna go dig up some treasure, or I'm gonna, you know, raid someone else's ship. Like these are all the fun things to do, and I wouldn't do them all the time. I wouldn't do them every day. And that's another issue people have, is with these live services, they get tricked into thinking they need to play the same game all day, every day, all the time. Like, what about you're playing Skyrim? Well, when I run out of quests, and I don't just mean miscellaneous quests, okay? I don't mean these, you know, necessarily these miscellaneous quests. I mean, like, main content chunks. When I run out of these, I will probably be done with Skyrim. It's, what I'm saying is that there are people who will play the same content over and over in something like either Warframe, Path of Exile, Elder Scrolls Online, Final Fantasy XIV, and, you know, they've burned through all the story content, and they get angry that, you know, the developers aren't putting things out fast enough for them. And this is especially true with Warframe. These people who try to play it all day, every day, instead of, you know, quitting until the next big content drop, which is what I do, more or less. It's funny because other than the last couple I mentioned, like Elder Scrolls Online and such, everything else, you know, these are free-to-play games, like Warframe and Path of Exile, you know? There's a lot of free-to-play content out there, but, yeah, people get it in their heads that, well, I've got all the Warframes, and they aren't making a new Warframe fast enough. In under a week, I fully formed Lavos, and I have nothing to do. And I'm just like, okay, go play another game. But this game is supposed to be played forever. Are you sure? Are you really sure about that? Anyway. What we need to do now is we need to head on down and have a word with the priest. Yeah, we need to return to the priest and tell him that the Sload is dead. Sorry. I got a little bit too deep into that ramble, but it was mostly just, I like an occasional live service. I just can't imagine playing it forever. We're going into Evermore now. Let's head on in. Ooh. We're going to be heading back to Skyrim after I talk to the priest, I imagine. I don't see a reason to stick around here now that I've finished the 2 Radiant quests that brought me here in the first place. We can follow up on the other quests a bit later. I know they tried to create a sense of urgency, but there really is no reason for me to do that. You said Sonic 3 is your favorite? Sonic 3 and Knuckles is my favorite from that particular franchise. Out of all Sonic games, the Sonic 3 and Knuckles lock-on is just my favorite. But Mania comes close. Mania definitely comes close. Let me see here. I'm looking at different things. I remember I got someone really angry when I said that 3D Sonic was never good. And that really angered them because, you know, they have fond memories of Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, but I could pick apart those games and explain why they were just mistakes on so many levels. And it's like, yeah, I get that you have nostalgia for them, but they were never very good games. Like they were never refined. They were never the best versions that they could of them that they could possibly be. And later games did things better, in terms of you know, the way Sonic runs, the way Sonic stages function, the way God knows, I would never want to do a Tails or Eggman segment again. Those are terrible. And of course, the Knuckles segments, got to collect the fragments of the Chaos Emerald. Oh boy. I get why people have nostalgia for those games, but they are genuinely bad. Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Let me see here. There was a Sonic. I'm trying to remember. There was a master mod for Sonic and Knuckles. It was. I think it was Sonic 3 Complete. Was it? Yeah. Okay. I see. All right. Here's what I recommend to pretty much anyone: is Sonic 3 Complete. So what you do is you go and you customize the elements you want of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Like, get it all set up, click customize, and it will generate a ROM for you that is the that uses all the options you want. So you buy Sonic 3 Complete, it's called, and you can make your own custom version of Sonic and Knuckles to your liking based on a myriad of options. And you just throw it into your Sega Genesis emulator and play it. Yep. All right. Hello?
Are you in need, friend?
Yes. Ooh. I've never played Black Desert, but every one of my friends who has gotten into it has initially said in the beginning, it's awesome, and then said it's shit. Well, so they start out the game, they love it. Then they get to the end game, and they quit and they say it's garbage. This has happened with 4 separate people. None of them connected. So I won't be touching Black Desert, thanks. And I'll wait to get actual feedback on Crimson Desert, thanks. As for RuneScape, that game passed me by. I was already playing Asheron's Call, when RuneScape was a shitty Flash game. And then I went to World of Warcraft from there. I had no life in 1 year of World of Warcraft. The first year it came out, I had no life. Then I quit, and I started dating, and my life improved from there, let's just say. I've been playing WoW casually up until Battle for Azeroth, where I quit for good. Okay. So, let's have a chat with this guy. I've dealt with the Necromancer problem. Their leader was some giant frog thing.
Necromancers? In the city?
No, in Spinster's Peak, where you sent me.
Oh yes, forgive me. You would think such a pressing issue would reside in the memory a while longer. Yet something I do remember from the study in my earlier years is that creature you detail. Slows. Descriptions of their appearance never differ when spoken by the unaware.
Tell me about Slodes.
The most sinister among the corpse weavers. Their magic goes beyond the dark arts conjured by men. It's said that they can tear those souls who've already established themselves in the afterlife into estranged bodies here.
Right.
Defying the very laws of the gods who covet said souls. Yet these Slodes are waterbound. Their being becomes increasingly moribund the further they are from the seas. How has this particular Slode persisted so high in the mountains?
Magic? Do you think the Necromancers had anything to do with this plague? Let's go. Magic?
Magic only explains so much. Yet without any other explanation, it would
Magic?
suffice.
Okay, do you think the Necromancers are related to this plague?
Of course. I skirted the principal fear of the Slodes, their uncanny ability to summon the most fatal miasmas.
Hold on a second. Okay, so it's Chim. I ain't gotta explain shit. Okay, I believe that's it there. Yes, so we pull this one up, and we know that it's Chim. I ain't gotta explain shit. Very important, right? Good. Now then. Good. I was gonna say that came from the original, where it's magic. I ain't gotta explain shit. All right? And from there, it was, let me see here. Ah, yes. This is the last one. It's, Gonna say it should be here. It's magic. I ain't gotta explain. Oh yeah, here it is. Ahem. Let me grab it right now. So, it's magic. I ain't gotta explain tits. Yes. So from it's chim, I ain't gotta explain shit, to it's magic, I ain't gotta explain shit, to it's magic, I ain't gotta explain tits. That's how things go. Yes. All right. Let's have a chit chat with this guy.
A startling development.
Yes.
In fact, this very plague shares a resemblance to that which left elsewhere stricken all those years ago. Going further, the same Deathbringer who set loose the plague could be the one you have slain. Some say they can live indefinitely, becoming the terror of a great many cultures and people.
What now?
Collect the evidence and receive counsel from the Prince of Daggerfall, as this particular subject lies beyond my purview. Maybe now, after all the setbacks and wasted lives, we can finally make progress. If we could gather the supplies from Spinster's Peak, then maybe a cure. Wishful, I know, but it remains our only hope to stall this deathly mist that grips the Reach.
I see. I hope something comes out of this at least.
Only time will tell. However, you can have this immediate reward for your contribution. It won't compare to risking your life, but then again, what will?
Blah, 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 blah. All right, let's see what this static orb spell I gained is. Static orb. It's an orb of lightning that advances, damaging all in its path. Okay, so it's like my electrosphere, but it does less damage, and I can cast infinite amounts of it, and it's an AoE. Good to know. It's basically a lightning storm. Let's shoot it straight up and regret everything. Oh, jeez. Hold on. And it does definitely cost magic, so I can't cast it infinitely after all. That's fine, though. I was just curious about it. The tomato soup is mine. All right, we're done here. We have killed the Slode. We have... At least we believe the Slode is dead. Technically, he dissipated into miasma, so we don't actually know if he teleported away and just left ectoplasm on the ground or what, but hey, we're going to assume he's dead.
You were with the Imperials at the outpost, right? Killed all those damn orcs off? I hope you made them suffer.
Yes, I did. I absolutely made them suffer, and then I carved up their corpses. To show them what for. No, not really. Good.
Thank the gods those necromancers are dealt with. We
Yes.
can't thank you enough, friend. You've been a great service to this kingdom.
Good you know that. Good you know.
Those Redguard vultures are finally gone.
Mm-hmm.
That's one less burden we have to deal with.
Yes, suffering.
You all right?
Yes, I'm alright. I'm leaving. So, let's summon Rumarin and Serraner and get the hell out of here. We are going to head back to Skyrim now, as we have completed our 2 tasks at Spinster's Peak. We have both killed off the Slode for our local quest, which, you know, we only have one other thing left to talk to the Archpriest about, which we're not doing today. Instead, we're going to head on back over to Skyrim here, and that'll be that. So, what's my main goal? Obviously, to get the relics out of the dirty Nord hands and put them in the museum where they belong. Everything belongs in a museum, you see. We have 1,800 relics currently displayed in the museum, and we're going to get the rest of them. You bet. However, you know, it will take some time. Obviously, we've only been playing this particular playthrough for 430 hours and 16 minutes, and we're nowhere near finished filling up the gallery yet. So, You know how that works. Yes. Let's keep on going. We're leaving High Rock now. We're going back to Skyrim to turn in the quest. Hopefully we can get our hands on Keening soon. That will be a nice relic to go along with everything else. Technically, we have the ability to get Wraithguard. I just don't remember where the temple is. Like, one of Kagranak's old labs has basically a prototype Wraithguard that we can get our hands on if we get his 3 stanzas. And we have his 3 stanzas. Serana's holding on to them for us. So we can get our hands on Wraithguard as well. And if we can get Wraithguard, Sunder, and Keening, then, you know, we can put those in the Hall of Lost Empires, and that would be nice. All right, we're going to go past Raven's Flank. It's going to be a left turn. We're going into Forlorn. We're basically, Arnima is to the left, Forlorn's to the right. Okay, so we're going to Forlorn. It's used to be all part of the same area, you know. The same part of High Rock, but it's since then, everything kind of went to hell. A lot of cataclysms and whatnot. So, you can see how they now call this section Forlorn, as it's just completely watered out. Technically, the horses are doing okay. I don't know how in water you think they'd be moving on, but, you know, this whole place is getting rotted out from underneath their feet. They seem to be doing well enough. I would have expected them to dig channels to, you know, actually get the water out from the wood, but hey, it's a mod maker who did this, so you can't have it all. The Red Guard's still here. I don't know why. Their army has long since passed from this area. Don't know why he's still here. Kind of weird. Oh, well. A couple areas we need to check out later. But, yeah, I don't think there's anything pressing that we need to do here now. I'm sure Radiant Quests will bring me back here pretty soon. So, you gotta help me. They're gonna do things. Make them go away. What are you talking about? No time. They're gonna feed me the dogs. Please help me.
Look who's joined the fray.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Victory is ours. I've always wanted to say that.
What's going on here? Would you ever do a 100% playthrough? 100% of what? I have 444 plugins. We're currently at, you know, 430 hours into the game. I don't think 100% playthrough is in the cards for us. All right, let's talk to this guy again. So, oh, who are you guys? Have you seen a grok recently? Gotta get. I'll give you half the gold for a scalp, huh? Let's see here. Why are you after him? Why do you care? There's no dialogue here, so. Yeah, we just. Why is there no voice acting on this? Yeah, the greenskins are degenerate kin. There we go. So yeah, he ran right past here. Go after him. Cheers. The kingdom rewards those who help keep order. So I sent him on. I'm not gonna deal with them. So yes. Did the completionist 100%ed Skyrim? That's funny. But yeah, I mean, I've got a again. Like I have 444 plugins. Just type !mod list and go check it out. I'm not joking. This isn't an exaggeration or anything. So it's a case of I have 1,800 relics in the gallery, and I'm nowhere near done filling the gallery. You know where I am on the main quest? Get this. On the main quest, I am at diplomatic immunity. Yes, I haven't snuck into the Thalmor embassy yet. and I am 430 hours and 21 minutes into the playthrough. That's to give you some context there. All right, let's get going. So, yeah. We've actually been going out of our way to avoid picking up certain quests as well. Just because there are other things we want to do. So, there we go. Your character looks supportive of Thalmor, more or less. I have been. That said, I have, it's been a year since my character got into Skyrim, and he is currently Lord of Castle Volkohar, the proprietor of the museum, the harbinger of the companions. That's comical, isn't it? The point is, he's got all these titles. He's the Archmage of the College of Winterhold, blah, 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 blah. And despite all of those things, like we've been more or less neutral with the Thalmor the entire time. Now, if the Thalmor were to attack me, which they don't seem to be wanting to, but if they were to attack me, I would have reason to change my mind. I suppose I could engage one in conversation and see what he has to say, but keep in mind something. My character's views on the Nords are...
some people are born dumb. Like me, for instance.
So, yeah, that would be an issue, I suppose. I mean, clearly, we don't believe that Talos is a man. A god. He was a human. Now, you had Xerxes, Finister, so on, these different... Aldmeri who ascended Altmer, technically, but like elves can ascend to godhood. It's not that a mortal couldn't ascend, it's that a human couldn't ascend. Oh wow, that's pretty nice. The electricity created like a little field there. Feel like that's gonna break everything. Anyway. Looks good. But yeah, you say... I had no idea the completionist 100%'d Skyrim. I know the completionist has done several things. I don't follow him on an average basis. Just... I don't know. There are a lot of games that... Like, Skyrim isn't one that you can actually finish.
Almost there. Have all the hay you want.
Yes. Skyrim has a lot of repeatable and otherwise, not really new content. Like slight variations on a theme, so on and so forth. So finishing every single quest really wouldn't make sense, in my opinion. All right, we're almost back to Skyrim. Through this gate, this will get us to Falkreath. But yes, I should just be able to just waltz into the Thalmor embassy, I agree. Unfortunately, you know how that works. We've already been to Bruma once. We haven't been to Bruma, we've been to Cyrodiil once. The area around Bruma, County Bruma. We haven't been to the city, but that's fine. Things we need to do now. We're back in Skyrim. I'm gonna check to see what we got here. Looks like I need to turn in the quests at Whiterun. So we can go over to Whiterun, turn in the quest at Preventus Avenici. Then we can go over to Dawnstar, turn in our bounties there. Then we'll head west, and actually from Dawnstar we can take a ship to Castle Volkohar. We can just skip everything else and just take a ship directly there. I think that's what's going to happen. No. Okay. There's a ship in the jetty, I believe. Jeez. I'm contemplating all the weird things I can do. All right. Change of plans. We're going to see Preventus Avenici, head up, turn in all the quests here, take a boat to the College of Winterhold. From College of Winterhold, we'll turn in the staff and see what the guy wants to do next. Then we'll take another boat to Castle Volkohar, and that'll be our trip here. So, my favorite NPC would be Rumarin, obviously. You're like, what aside from Rumarin? Go check out the Ratway and meet a Lich. He'll talk to you. He's a bit overpowered, so don't do it early in your playthrough. Otherwise, things will, yeah, let me see here. Yeah, anyway, we're going. We could go through Falkreath and see if there are any new jobs there. That might be a good idea. Yeah, let's dive down to Falkreath really quick. Oh, some Imperials.
The Legion's always looking for strong, capable warriors. If you think you've got what it takes, our headquarters is in Solitude.
Legion dog. Look at that. Bam. Strong, capable warriors. Yep. Okay. Very nice, all things considered. Gotta love the way these people have standard Imperial outfits. And then over here, we have her with her glacial armor, which is way stronger. It's kind of weird. But hey, whatever. We're gonna make a left turn. Yes. No one gives a shit about achievements, that's for sure. Alright. Actually, platinum trophies are very important to get in video games. You need to quit your next video game as soon as you, quit the previous video game as soon as you get a platinum trophy, and then move on to the next one. That's why I buy video games, to get platinums. Yeah. When we talk about 100%ing, I assume when someone mentioned the completionist, by the way, there are no jobs for me on that board. When you talk about the completionist, he would be the type of person who'd want to do every major quest in the game on a single character. You know, actually get everything possibly done. Maybe even play 2 characters so you can get the Imperials and Stormcloaks both done. But you'd essentially want to do every single quest. And, you know, some of them are gated behind Radiant quests. Like, some of the actual real quests and real items are gated behind Radiant objectives, where you have to do 2 or 3 Radiant objectives before the game gives you an actual quest that, you know, has an item, so on and so forth. As far as completing Skyrim's content, I've enjoyed Legacy of the Dragonborn a lot. But if I ran out of content to do, I would stop playing. That's for sure. I wouldn't. I'm not going to just create a brand new character for the purposes of repeating the same stuff. I did not mean to cast Deep Storage. I meant to cast Dragonhide. There we go. Bam. All right. That's what you loved about Kenshi. No achievements, no arbitrary goals. You go where you want, do what you want. Yes, it's a sandbox. I think I feel the same way about playing Mount and Blade from the perspective of, you know, just you can go do whatever you want. Yeah, you can conquer the world in theory, but is that likely? Probably not. There'll be rebellions and things that get in your way. I think Crusader Kings 2 feels that way as well. People keep asking me about playing 3, but, you know, I'm waiting for my favorite mods to come out. So, you know, a couple years, maybe. Can't wait to spend $200 to get all the Paradox DLC. It's okay. Anyway. We wait for sales. What game are you looking forward to? Freedom Planet 2. Like, that, yeah, I'd say honestly just probably Freedom Planet 2. There's a lot of games that have been announced, but none of them I don't have faith any of them will be good, necessarily. Like, people talk about Starfield or Elder Scrolls 6, but I don't really have faith in those projects. Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 have tempered my expectations significantly for Bethesda products. But on Freedom Planet, on the other hand, I played a lot of. So how do I best describe Freedom Planet 2? All right, so imagine Sonic the Hedgehog, but also with some brawling elements where you can, actually attack enemies directly. And it tends to be a love letter to, like, Sega Genesis era platforming in general, not just Sonic. That's the best way to describe it. So yeah, as far as like a game that I'm excited about, mostly just Freedom Planet 2, I'd say. The last game I was really excited for before Freedom Planet 2, I believe, was Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. I really enjoyed that game. I think that a lot of people got let down by Ritual of the Night, because they were expecting certain updates and extra features that weren't a part of that. But yeah, as far as Freedom Planet goes, I've beaten the game on very hard like 5 times. It's fair to say I like it a lot. But yeah, I'm just not a gigantic. I'm not very optimistic about upcoming video games, let's just say. So, I just kind of shrug and say, the people who made Freedom Planet are making a sequel. Freedom Planet was really fun. I think they'll do a good job on that. Whereas, I think Bethesda have consistently learned the wrong lessons from Skyrim and things like that. Curse of the Moon, yes. Curse of the Moon 2 is a great co-op experience as well. Let me see here. Well, hello. Wolf. Yep. Get my clunky mace out. Come on. Damn it. Got him. All right. What was it? I'm trying to remember the ridiculous ending of, let's see, Curse of the Moon to, let me see here. I think it was this one. This absolutely ridiculous ending. Here we go. So, here's the absolutely, positively most ridiculous ending to Curse of the Moon 2. Here we go. That's the ending to Curse of the Moon too. Well, one of them. That's one of the endings. Yep. That's like we done made a mistake. No, his name is Zangetsu, and his sword literally, like, I forgot the name of his sword exactly, but in Japanese it means to cleave the moon. Like, that's the literal meaning of his sword is to cleave the moon. Yes. Let me see here. Well,
Guess it's all clear now.
guess it's all clear now, I suppose. I'm just trying to figure out. Yes, some quality Nippon steel. Jeez. It's funny because the people talk up, folding steel, and it's only because Japanese resources were full of impurities. They were disgusting to smith with. So, a European, like, materials derived from Europe probably wouldn't, like, high quality materials, I should say, wouldn't benefit from that method of smithing. In fact, they'd probably be a little worse. But who knows? I'm not a blacksmith. I'm just yapping. He said, don't tell anyone Japanese loved importing European steel. Yes, exactly. I mean, that makes perfect sense because the resources were terrible. Also, yeah, that doesn't matter. We got bandits here. We got to kill bandits. All right, we got to deal with this. We're probably going to get sent back to High Rock again after this for a Radiant quest, but who cares?
Bad time to get
No. Okay. That hurt a lot. Damn. Gotta get a heal. That's it? All three of them are dead? Huh, that was easier than I thought. I was expecting something a bit bigger. Damn, look at him in his barbarian helmet. Oh, we're gonna harvest his liver and his flesh. And then grab his bones. Same deal for this young lady here. Blood, heart, flesh, and ebony bow. Jeez. Well, I'll take that, thanks. Next, blood, heart, flesh. Yes. Interesting. Seared glass bow there. Imperial ebony. I'll take that, thanks. And bones. Arrows, good. Once a neckbeard unironically told you a katana would be able to slice through a load-bearing concrete pillar. I mean, okay. So I highly recommend you, like, there's a Japanese TV show, and they get a bunch of people with each with freshly sharpened swords, and they give the people each one swing at various materials, be it bamboo shoots or small chunks of concrete, stuff like that. And someone who's actually skilled with the blade can cut through some of these things. Not a concrete pillar, I hate to say it, but a small piece of concrete can be actually broken. However, it depends on how dense the, density is a thing, okay? Jeez. Anyway, in this game, it's kind of a game show contest thing, where, everyone gets one slash, and, that very often, if they do it wrong, the sword will just kind of hit the object and not do anything. And it's like, okay, congratulations. You slightly scratched this bamboo shoot. You are terrible at wielding a sword. Go home, basically. And it's true that sword skill actually matters. Yes. But there's a limit. There's a limit to the sharpness of a blade versus the density of whatever you're trying to cut. Right? You can't just displace large materials with the sword. It doesn't quite work that way. So when someone told you a load-bearing concrete pillar, that's anime bullshit right there. There's too much weight on it. Oh boy. I mean, don't get me wrong, the anime bullshit can be really cool to look at. But where's that force coming from? That would displace the
That's close enough.
Displace the actual concrete. Like, when you cut something, it has to, like, you have to make way for the actual blade to pass through it. It just wouldn't work. All right.
Where'd you come from?
Oh. A monofilament blade.
That takes care of that.
Okay. I mean, if it's a monofilament blade, then it'll just get wedged in the middle of it. Oh, dragon steel bow. Nice. Glass maul there. That's good. That's good. All right. Stalrim dagger. That's nice. Let me see here. Remember, we're assuming a load-bearing pillar here. All right. Yeah, we're gonna go into the Ember Shard mine and purge it since we've been away for so long. I think these bandits have infested the place again. This is like the 5th time we've purged it, but it's good. It's good. Let's get going there. Rightio. So, we are going to soul trap these guys. I'm pretty sure Serraner and Rumarin can kill them instantly. Wizards, now that's power. Wood to gold. Wood to gold. Alright, well, they should die almost instantly. Their souls will be trapped. Good. I don't need to do anything. I can just watch.
Done and done.
Done and done, as it was. Serraner just raised that guy. That's kind of annoying, but hey, whatever. Use my scalpel and get more materials. Blood, flesh, heart, bones. Ooh, we got a pearl in there, too. That was some nice loot. Alright, looks like there is... we'll use Luca's pickaxe here. And do this. This is how you mine. See? Alright. Nothing there for us. Ah, another node over here. Anime. Alright. Let's do it. I need a soul trap. Where's my soul trap? There it is. Arnima. Oh no. No, 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 no.
Where'd you come from?
Where'd you come from indeed? Okay.
I'm going to enjoy this.
So we got her. Watch this. Pickaxe. Yes. Pickaxe. We have a perk that increases our pickaxe damage by 25%. We got it when we were raising our archaeology perks there. Oh, Elven Hawkbow. That's nice. Got a Heart as a Rock. Do Septums. Whoops, I do not need that Steel Sword. Let's actually look at our weapons and see if there's anything. Yeah, the Iron Sword, Iron War Axe, we don't need. Steel Sword, we don't need. Wicked Dagger, we don't need. Yeah, okay, that's fine, I suppose. I accidentally pick up stuff from time to time, like this Witchman armor. Don't need that either. Iron Shield, don't need. Hold on to the rest of it.
With the dark, but I've spent more than my share of time in caves already.
Yeah, Serana complains if it's snowing. She complains if it's raining. She complains if it's sunny outside. She complains in any situation where it's not nighttime outdoors. All right. Got an eggshell. I'm surprised oh, we have just become over encumbered. However did this happen, right, Sir Honor? Alright, let's we're gonna sort by favorites and start putting away. Wow, we only have 3 empty black soul gems left. Well, that's unfortunate, but also completely understandable considering the sheer amount of junk that we've picked up. It's a bit ridiculous. 18 iron ores, of course. I suppose I should use my crucible in a second. Yeah, as soon as I finish putting this stuff away, we'll use my crucible. I think I have 18 left hand. That's funny. Where are the left-handed elves? Right. Okay, that should just about... Oh, no. We got 24 pounds of hominid flesh. Technically 24 units of hominid flesh, because they're 4 pounds apiece, which definitely makes things a bit on the heavy side. All right. We're going to use our crucible now, which is our alchemy ingredient container. Then we are going to go and put away every alchemy ingredient we picked up since... God, we had 52 Blood of a Breton. That's how much we got while we were in High Rock. We apparently harvested 52 bloods. I mean, it's good. We're going to be able to make all these really cool blood potions later. It's going to be really fancy. But Breton blood is actually magic resistance, come to think of it. You've yet to make the Hand of Glory? I made the Hand of Glory and immediately put it in the Chamber of Secrets. I have no intention of using it at this time. Although I completely understand why people would be somewhat driven to use it. Alright. Let's try sniping this guy with archery. I haven't really practiced archery that much. The Hand of Glory makes you faster, more stealthy, and silent. Yes.
Who's there? I knew I heard something.
Huh. I'm sure you did, Serana. That guy's dead. And everyone's gonna die next. Bam. Berserker.
Where'd you come from?
Yep, my followers are trying to do things. Apparently she doesn't see me, which is hilarious. Means I can get archery practice on her. Or she sees me immediately and burns me to death. I am a fraction from death. Blood potion.
Tough day for you.
Instantly killed me. That was a headshot. That was a headshot. That was an exploding arrow. The Hand of Glory actually has a duration that it can stay lit. And, you will die. Your character will just die when it runs out. Period. Yes.
Who's there?
Okay. The point is that your life is bound to the candle. And, you're supposed to pass it on before its power runs out completely. It'll only burn out when you're, you know, when you use it. So, like, when it's equipped is when its timer runs down, basically. But you get a lot of use out of it, and I mean a lot of use. So, it's worth using, and then either passing on or breaking the curse. So you can pass it on to another member of the Dark Brotherhood, as long as you haven't completed the Dark Brotherhood quest line, or you can break the curse by killing the person who killed Rogvir, because Rogvir is used in the construction of the Hand of Glory, specifically Rogvir's boiled fat. It's hilarious. Let me see here. We're gonna try to snipe this guy.
What was that?
Who's
What
there?
was that?
What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do?
What you gonna do?
Are you?
I've been detected.
Gonna rip you open.
Damn you, bastard. Can't you
Yep.
see I'm poor?
We're plunking this person right now. The runner's hurt. We're gonna pick her up.
What have you got?
We're then going to destroy this person with Electrospheres. Hadoken, Hadoken, Hadoken. Good. Last person here, we are going to use Soul Trap on. And then we'll fill our Soul Gem.
Right there.
Cleared Ember Shard. Excellent. That's what we needed. Get my scalpel out and start harvesting. Excuse me, sir. Serrano, your bandit outlaw is delicious, but also dead. We're gonna kill it. That was an interesting neck slice. Slice the back of the neck. Don't concern yourself with the details. Oh no. Rumarin, have I think I may have screwed this up. Follower leaves your service.
Alright then.
And we broke it. We accidentally sneak fed on Rumarin and we broke it. That's unfortunate. Well, time to actually kill those guys again. This time no delays. This time no delays, okay? We are going to break them. All right? This is what happens when I'm pissed. Right? No archery training. Right? Just 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. No delays. Okay? So, you can see that things have gotten a bit more hectic. It's fine, though. Clunkery. So, yes. Yep. And the last one here, she's getting torn into bits. There we go. That's what happens when I want to finish it quickly. I just kind of summon all my minions and destroy. So let's harvest properly, this time without accidentally feeding on Rumarin and breaking everything. Don't delay, kill today, yes. Basically. I was just kind of pissed off after, you know, having failed that twice. Once by dying due to a sniper shot, and the second time due to accidentally feeding on Rumarin there. Let's see. Is that about it? I think that's everything. There should be some gems over here. Yep. Grab all the coins and gems. I do not need the iron boots, but we'll take everything else. Suppose that's it. Goodbye, skeletons. There we go. That's our unsummon ability. We were looking for an unsummon ability. It's kind of funny. We spent all this time trying to figure out which one was which, only to find out it wouldn't work on my summons because they're custom. So I said, fuck it, and I just used the command console to kill them. Because it's the easiest way. Alright, we're gonna jump down this way. More iron boots. This mine really wants me to have some iron boots. That's kind of funny. Some iron ore there. Couple iron ingots. Blood, heart, flesh. This is the outlaw I tried to harvest when I accidentally hit Ramarin. Alright. Serana didn't raise him this time. Amazing that. Alright, we need Lucas' pickaxe, quickly. There it is. Yes. So, let's go. Now, there should be one more thing to mine right here. And it is so mined. We can leave now. Yes. The vein is depleted. All right. We are... What mods? You have to type ! mod list. Yes. And follow that URL. Okay. What we're going to do now is we are going to head up from Embershard. Embershard's where we are right now. And we are going down from Riverwood. We're going to cross the bridge, head up. We have to turn in at Preventus Avenici. Preventus. Yes. Then go back to the road, head on up here. We're going to go to Dawnstar. We have 3 tasks to turn in at Skald. And there should be a ship waiting for us to take us over to Winterhold. And as soon as we get the staff turned in at Winterhold, we can then deliver the artifact and continue on with that. After that's done, we'll head over, take the ship at Winterhold over to Castle Volkihar and turn in at Fura Bloodmouth. So that's fine. Yep. You see Thrall scrolls give you permanent summons, and you think it's not worth it because everyone goes, whoa, 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 watch the magic. Yes, I kind of agree, but at the same time, I'm not willing to rein in my own stuff just because people freak out from your mere existence. I have a lot of effects on my character, as you can see. So they have plenty of opportunities to go, whoa, 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 watch the magic. I mean, I have a lot of spell effects and things, so. Like, my character is, again, 430 hours and 56 minutes into the playthrough. Alright. God damn it, butterfly. Got him. There's an alien moth. Oh, before we go in there, careful with that fire, stranger. Yes, when you're wielding something with frost, and they say, careful with those flames. Like, alright. I guess, those frosty flames. We're gonna use Rain Shelter, I think. Perfect time to do it. Either that or make a blood bond with, Actually, you know what? That's a good idea. Let's have our followers wait out here. I'm gonna sneak around, around Riverwood and feed on the various people. I think that might be fun. Need to really quick just go ahead and get those arrows out of me. I may have taken an arrow or two. We're better. Okay, let's get ourselves ready with Muffle. No one will be able to hear us, and that is best. So, as long as no one sees us, we are also fine. Riverwood Trader, we just need to sneak our way in there. Good. We are now in the Riverwood Trader. You said save files corrupted. What, did you move your ESL files around or something? You don't add or remove ESL files mid mid playthrough. Yep. If you add or remove ESLs, you're basically breaking your playthrough. You do those before. Nice, we just got our stuff from Delvin there. Very good, very good. Yep. We'll remove that ESL file and try it. See if it'll work. Go to an earlier file. But, yeah, you don't add ESL files mid-playthrough. In fact, you don't mess with your load order mid-playthrough. You can add or remove Skyrim script extender plugins, and that's it. Nothing else is safe. Interesting that no one else in the Riverwood Trader is fine. Textures are usually fine. Textures can actually cause crashes, but those are only if they're corrupted textures. And there no real such thing as, the textures conflicting with each other because you added them late in the playthrough. You can safely add or remove textures as well. But in general, you don't want to add ESPs mid-playthrough, and ESLs will just ruin your playthrough entirely if you add them midway. Generally, you want your load order solidified before you add anything. Okay. Say animations and audio, but mostly animations are kind of hit and miss due to how they work. Yeah, I don't start playthroughs until I'm confident. You should probably just do a new playthrough. Probably. Yep. Don't touch scripts. Yes. Did not mean to loot that basket. I was expecting to feed on people, but there are no people to feed on. This is actually kind of sad. Right, kids. All right, we're gonna leave. Then we're gonna wait 2 hours. Get it to be nice and late, so everyone's in bed. 3 hours will do it. That should be like 12. 11. Everyone should, yeah. We are thirsting. Don't you know? You're not supposed to be in here.
You need to...
How did he know? How did he know? How did he know? You need to leave. You're not supposed to be in here. That Doge sniffed me out. Alright. He doesn't see me. He's too busy. That's good. That's good. We'll start with her. With Girder. Feed on her. Should be a blood bond forged. Yes, blood bond forged. Next Hod. Social distance spooning. Jeez. Ain't that the truth, though? Alright, so we forged a blood bond. The kid stays awake later, and the dog is just irritating all night long. Okay. Well, I think everything should be fine now. Is there anyone else we can... Oh, yes, the blacksmith. We got... Wait, the blacksmith's awake? Their house is open. Oh, God. Okay. Wait, she sleeps upstairs? I mean, that's fine as long as he doesn't notice me. Yeah, he's too busy eating his bread. You notice me feeding on her. Extract her blood. Feed on her. Good. Alright, we forged a blood bond with her. He's just sitting down, not doing anything. Ooh, Soldate. We just got a new museum item. That's pretty nice. Okay, he's looking the other way, so that's fine. Let's just leave. Seems like only one person I was able to feed on. I need to wait another couple hours before we can do this, so... Obviously, people don't seem to go home until the wee hours of the morning, which is a bit absurd, but hey, whatever. Alright, they've locked up, so in theory, things will be a bit better now. We'll see. He's going to sleep? Yeah. He's going to be busy cooking. God damn it. Hold on. I think I can barely manage. I'm clipped into the guy. I'm pretty sure that wasn't supposed to happen. Right, the child is going to bed. I think he doesn't have a bed. He just lives here. Nope, nope. The kid's going to sit down, so she's not even going to go to sleep. The children just stay awake all night. He's going somewhere. I'm going to go back here first. Is it realistic the children just stay awake all night? Yeah, the children just stay awake all night. Again, I said it before and I'll say it again. You know, you need to square away your mods before you begin a playthrough. Okay. Don't add or remove anything mid-playthrough if it's not a SKSE plugin. Alright. If you did that, you'd never start a playthrough. Well, I mean, I decided what mods I wanted to use, and I've added a few SKSE plugins since then, but for the most part, it's been the same stuff for, 431 hours now. So, alright, well, we fed on the people I was gonna feed on. Unfortunately, some of the children never go to sleep, it seems. Which is weird. It's early in the morning. Everyone should be going to bed.
Warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds.
Yeah, we got some people who are still awake, like the courier, for example.
Important deliveries to make. No time for chatting. To Whiterun from old.
No time for chatting.
And the braggart did swagger and brandish his blade.
All the swagger.
But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red.
Behold, Delphine. Yes.
Oh, you talk and you lie and you drink all our mead. Now
She's still waiting for me to go to the embassy.
And so then came clashing and slashing of steel.
Yes.
The brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal.
No idea why.
And the named Ragnar was boastful no more.
Okay. They suffer from a condition called terrible AI. Yes.
We drink to our youth, to days come and gone. For the age of aggression is just about done.
Behold the truth.
We'll drive out the storm cloaks and restore what we own.
Yes.
Our blood and our...
Terrible AI. Everyone awake all night. No one ever sleeps. All right, good enough. We are leaving. Yes, Gore is indeed top quality. He's a top man. Top man. All right, speaking of top man, hey, Serana.
Yes?
Let's go ahead and type in rain. We sleep in the day. Basically. We're just going to sleep 8 hours so we're nice and refreshed. Good. Okay. Let me see here. Someone said a character romance should be possible if your charisma is big enough, no matter whether they're straight or gay. Someone else said, I don't know, Chief. You can't just switch people's preferences. I'm going to say people of any orientation can be convinced to make a mistake. They regret the next day. Live enough life, talk to enough people, and you'll learn this is true. All right, there we go. Okay, let's get going. We are moving on. Exclamation point mod list. Yes. Now then, onwards and sideways. What do we got? Suppose we'll have to, up. Okay, it's a bear cub and the wolf that's raising it. Damn, damn, damn.
That takes care of that.
I'm pretty sure it's part of a compilation, actually. Not just, hey, it's not just the Serana plugin, it's part of some larger thing. I'm pretty sure. There's one enemy across the river. I'm going to ignore them completely. Going to ignore the enemy and go this way. Oh, Imperial business.
Be careful.
Yes.
Move along.
I am moving along. Jeez. Bastard. Alright. Well, we are heading to Whiterun. In fact, yes. I'm pretty sure the Serana mod is actually part of a larger package. If you look at the actual load order, you might find it there. I don't know. I specifically pasted my load order in addition to links to all the different mods for a reason. Perhaps. Perhaps it is. It is a distinct possibility. Maybe. Alright. Either way, we gotta go see Preventus now. Okay. Wait, are there mushrooms here? There are mushrooms indeed. Let's harvest the mushrooms outside of Whiterun before we go into Whiterun. What are you doing?
One day I'll take my seat at the Jarl's table. And when I do, the look on Nazim's face will have made all the struggle worth it.
Did I design my website myself? No, it's a blog. It's a blogger blog with a now defunct CSS table that is that I'm just unwilling to change because I'm lazy. Yes. The most important part is that it's free. It costs me $0 to run. Therefore, I can forget about it and just use it to post mod lists. All right. Yeah, I pay a yearly fee. Well, technically, I pay several years in advance for the what do you call it, for the domain name, but yeah, you know, it's absolutely worth it. Domain names are not expensive for the most part unless they are already taken, and mine wasn't, so that was that. Thief Cash. Ooh, Emerald Diamond. Okay, that's good stuff. That was Daedric Dagger of Disenchanting. Sure. Yeah, I have about 3 domains that all need overhauls. One of them needs to be torn down completely and turned into something else. Using the same name and concept, but just completely different. Wait. I fell down. Have a nice trip. Have a nice trip. I fell up the steps of Dragon's Reach and somehow ended up someplace else. Have a nice trip. Accords of Madness. This belongs in a museum. Yes. Give me a second. Ah, you're in his basement. Ah-ha-ha-ho! There we go, then. You see who that is, right? Yeah. Uncle Leo. Hello. The zombie hands you a note. Read the note. There it is. Just the other day, I was having afternoon tea. The Leo told me how he was having trouble sleeping because of some noises that were coming from the basement. Lucky I know just the mortal lackey to help. So be a dear mortal and check the basement, so Leo can sleep. If not, I'll have Haskell make a new suit from your hide. Won't that be fine? Yours, Sheogorath. P.S. If you find my lucky shoes down there, be sure to let me know. I lent Leo them a few centuries back and he never returned them. Okay. I'll be taking that human heart, thanks. Oh, there she is. She of the duelists. You prepared yourself from the duel. Sheogorath will mend us. Speak only of the ways of combat. Interesting. Okay. Mists of Sheogorath, that's fine. No problems here. Let's go check out the basement. More blood. More guts. Yeah. It's just Uncle Leo. Nothing to worry about. Some septums on the skeletons. Shackles here. Nothing special. More septums. I'm looking at the base here. These look like they open up as a secret passage. Oh, I see. I'm going to put on my combat gear just in case. And I'm going to cast Dragonhide just in case. Also, I'm going to turn back on the game's music in case there's something fun playing. I doubt it. I doubt there's anything fun playing. But, you know, just in case. I don't have combat music on in this playthrough, by the way. So. Crap. Gnarls! Gnarls! Okay. Good. Ooh-wee. Gnarl bark. Let's eat it. Stamina and health fortification. Okay. Double sneak attacks. I'm not going to be sneak attacking any... Oh, I suppose I should be sneaking. I really should be. That makes lots... If there are gnarls here waiting to kill me, so... That would be annoying. Yep. Yes. Septum's there. I have to expect one of these chests to be a mimic. So yeah, we just have to investigate the basement. Sheogroth has sent me to do this. There's a gnarl there. Damn. There's 2 more gnarls waiting for me. That way. What is that? Is that one of the deep ones? Okay. You said it has Shivering Isles vibes? Well, I mean, it's Skyrim still. But Sheogroth sent me to deal with something in the basement. And this is the basement. Full of gnarls. Kill it! Behind me. Nope. I saw you getting up. But yeah, look at this guy. My frame rate really tanks when I look at him, though. Oof. Okay. Some roots there. I think that just leads me back, yeah. That leads me back, okay. What were the really shitty stand-ins for the Sahuagin in the Somerset DLC for Elder Scrolls Online? Yagra, I believe. I think it was. I think it was. Yeah, Yagra, possibly. People try to use mathematical symbols to take the place of words. It's but yeah, they were called Yagra, and it's just like real. Oh, here we go. It's just really, really on the nose. Like, these are Sahuagin. What are you doing, game? Stop it. Okay. People not optimizing their stuff in Blender, you say? I believe that. Let's figure out. Yeah, we're going the correct way. Well, before we go any further, let's cast Dragonhide again, just in case. I like not dying in one hit. Okay. Yeah, that one's fine. This one. Okay. One more gnarl. We clunked him good. Good. He's rolling down the stairs and he's dead. Uh-oh. Ruin's Edge. Ruin's Edge. Ruin's Edge. The bow came to life. Thankfully, I have my minions to deal with it, but... yeah, the bow came to life. Ooh-wee. Ruin's Edge belongs in a museum. May your enemies never know from where or which enchantment you shall strike. Okay. There we go. It was Ruin's Edge that had come to life down here. Ooh, hello. Armor of Health. Expert Robes of the Elements. Shield of Fire. This is all kind of nice. There's another Sheogorath statue up there, surrounded by butterflies. Okay. Let me see if I can get up here. Ooh. I thought those big mushrooms were harvestable. They are not. Damn shame. Damn shame. Okay, well, let's get out of here. I'll go tell Uncle Leo that we've got the Daedric bow known as Ruin's Edge now. Let's go have a look at it. Yeah, it's definitely Ruin's Edge. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, cool. So, yeah. I fell up the steps of Dragon's Reach. And, it was literally have a nice trip. I fell up the steps of Dragon's Reach, somehow ended up somewhere else. I've been summoned here by Sheogorath to help a zombie eliminate a noise in its basement. That's literally it. The noise appears to have been caused by a particular enchanted bow called Ruin's Edge. I have defeated the bow and claimed it for myself. I should return to Uncle Leo. I fell up the steps of Dragon's Reach. I was just like, whoopsie. That happened. Yes, I defeated the bow and claimed it. Everything's fine. Right, Sheogorath? Oh. Yes, I tripped over a step and fell forward, but somehow I fell up the steps, basically. Yep, I've stopped the source of the noise. Stares blankly. There we go. I have a bound arrow stuck in me, but I got Ruin's Edge now. I have the bow. Yep. That's how you're going to start your next D&D campaign. It is absurd, but it's the kind of absurd I would expect from a mad god. Just someone tripped and disappeared. Like, from everyone else's perspective, the person just tripped, and fell forward, and disappeared. Alright. Uh-oh. Screenshot time. Yes. We're just taking a little bit of a screenshot there. Yep. There we go.
You are a welcome guest, but you must still respect the rules of the Jarl's household.
Okay, then. There we go.
Please keep your weapons sheathed in the Jarl's presence.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
Yes, the fugitive is dead. I'm here for the bounty.
Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here's your reward.
Good, good, good. So, well, that's that, I suppose.
Now, if you don't mind, I've got a city to keep.
Of course. Well, we still have Ruin's Edge. I wasn't expecting that. Let's remove these damn bound arrows from me. So, did he break his neck? Something like that. Did I just get a bound arrow added to my inventory? Hold on. Hold on. I want to see if it's here. No. No, it went away. Thank goodness. Alright. Yeah, Skyrim Unbound makes you not the Dovahkiin. However, if you're doing a Legacy of the Dragonborn run, you need to be the Dovahkiin. Because otherwise you're going to miss out on, well, the vast majority of the content in Legacy. Hold on a second. There we go.
There are stories about you and dark tidings in Dawnstar.
Dark tidings, everybody. There are ill tidings from Dawnstar. Yes, so. Bam. We got it. We got Ruin's Edge. So. You could add item. No. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's not just items from the main quest that you're missing out on. Like, huge chunks of the Legacy of the Dragonborn main quest, including reforging the Amulet of Kings, are dependent on you being Dragonborn. It won't work if you don't do the main quest. At least up to the point where you get to the Greybeards and return the Horn of Jorgen Windcaller. You need to do all of that, at least. Yes. Now then, let's see. Who are you?
Don't think you can barter with me like I'm one of those damn shopkeepers.
No, I had no intention. So I'm wondering what she's up to.
Nazim says little runts like me don't belong in the Cloud District.
Yes. She's broken. Aha! Barrel over here? No. The barrels are empty. I've been here already. So. Possible to download a save? Not with those mods. Some of those mods require a new save. Sorry, a new playthrough. I think you just need to go kill the dragon. Go to Bleak Falls Barrow, kill the dragon. You know, do your goddamn job as the baby born. You know, our hero claims a warrior's heart.
Poor baby born, please don't cry anymore, 'cause your mommy is here, baby born, baby born.
When baby born cries, she's thirsty. Let's give her a bottle. Just like a real baby, she's wet her diaper.
Baby born, baby born.
Yes. We do have the baby born emote as well. Yes. Uh-huh. Right. Okay. So, now then. Okay. Got distracted. Now, let me see here. Bloodline, Fura. Yeah, okay. We need to go north to Dawnstar. Yeah, we're leaving. Got horribly distracted by a bunch of things. I did not expect to fall up the steps of Dragon's Reach, okay? That was unexpected and confusing. But at least we got Ruin's Edge. Shale Goroth, unexpected and confusing? No, that's not possible. Okay. We are going to loop around this way. We'll test out Ruin's Edge. It's probably not as good as Ariel's bow, but we don't actually know for sure. I'm still confused how all of that got started, but hey, whatever. I wonder, is the Spectroverse guy still in here? Let me have a peek. No, he's not here. Oh, there he is. He's outside the tent. See, the Spectroverse guy lives wherever he comes and says, "Panic! None is ending Dragonborn." And he just lives wherever he gives his gives you the quest. But he'll follow you all across Skyrim in order to go, "Rah, Khajiit has something important to tell you." It's... Nope. There's a spider. Ruin's Edge. Kill the spider.
That'll teach you.
Miss. Alright. This is gonna be a bit silly. There are banditos over there. Before I fight the banditos, I must use Dragonhide. Do not die. Yes. Take your loot, that's what you said.
It's so bright out here.
Here we go.
I don't know how you stand it.
I think I paralyzed my target. Pretty, yeah, it got paralyzed for a second. Oh. Wow. Okay, we got a vampire. Where am I getting hit? Okay, it's over here. No, I didn't think there was any pretty faces involved, thank you. Although I am concerned about blood and blood-related faculties, yes. More blood, more blood. Okay, we're fine. So she has to die. No question about it. No, no, it's not my best.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Oh, jeez. Nope, I'm about to die. One more, blood potion, thanks. Oh, crap. Almost down.
You won't get away.
I know I won't get away. It's why I'm rolling around like crazy. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm a pincushion now. I'm a pincushion.
Quick, throw a book at them. They won't know to hit them.
Right. No. Okay. Kill the zombies. God damn it. Wow. No. No, 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 no. Drink more blood. Okay. Evil never dies. Okay. We need to back off for a second. We need to back off some more. Like, way further. We are a pincushion. Okay. Remove arrows. Remove them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 arrows. I plucked out all those arrows. Okay. I'm not bleeding anymore. Thank goodness. 12 out of 14 arrows plucked. Alright, well, in that case, I need to continue backing up. Yeah. And cast Dragonhide. Yeah. Oh, God! Did you see that shit? I mean, I got a restoration up, but arrows are just flying by. Okay. Okay. Yes, it interrupted my cast. Alright, we should be fine now with this arrow stuck in me. You! Yes, you! Okay. Okay, she's almost done. Did Serana just turn invisible and then reappear? That was kind of amazing. Okay, Serana just drained her life. That's fine. Excuse me, Mr. Bandit Plunderer. Before you raise from the dead by Serana's command, I need to take your body parts. Yes. There we go. That's better. Okay. I have my minions here. I feel like I can handle this, and I just need to be careful. Dragon Knight Shield. Okay. Nordic Ebony Shield. Sure. Ornate Khajiit Bow. I'll take that. And the rest of it's trash. So this is the last target. And yeah, they just destroyed it. Actually, there's one more target way off in that direction. Because Serana knew she heard something. But I'm just going to really quick grab my stuff. I don't want to forget. And let's heal Serana before she gets downed. There we go. Serana's up. Rumarin is now also healed. Okay, this young lady here needs to give her soul up. I have killed all these bandits. None of them have offered up their souls. We are going to recharge my... does Ruin's Edge use an enchantment, actually? I'm curious about this. Ruin's Edge does not have an enchantment charge. It has infinite charge, but you have no idea which enchantment it'll use when it hits the target, which is hilarious. All right, fine. Crusader, Mace, Black Star, and then now that there's room in the Black Star, we'll fill it with her soul. Yes, not Static Orb, Soul Trap. Good. She should be primed for Soul Trap. Yep, oh god, she's got a lot of armor. It's fine. Just kind of crazy. Oh god, what's happening here? It looks like Serana got angry. Yep. Huh. Yeah, Serana got angry for a second. I think they friendly fired each other, which is mildly hilarious. No big deal, just something that can happen from time to time. All right, well, we took care of all of them. That's the important part.
That takes care of that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and remove the arrows. All the arrows. We need, yep, Seeker Arrow. Yep. You got 4 arrows. That's not too bad. Let's start harvesting. Let's absolutely start, yes, Scalpel, here we go. Blood, heart, flesh, and, ooh, Heroic Stormcloak Gauntlets, and the Bosmer Cuirass. The only thing I don't need are these Imperial Knight Greaves, because I'm sure I have multiples of those already. In fact, you know what? I'm pretty sure I've accidentally picked up various items I don't need. Such as Steel Halberd, don't need that. I'm gonna say there's some armor pieces I'm pretty sure I don't need either. Leather, don't need that. Barbarian Hero, don't need that. We'll hold off on everything else for now. Ash Pile had an Elven Dagger, we'll take that, along with the arrows. Excuse me, miss. Yes, blood, heart, flesh, and septums. Yes. Ah ha ha ha! Caravan note, I'll take that, and the skooma. Every time we come back... Oh god, I just ate the skooma. Well, that's it for me. That's it for me. Yep. No magic spells for me right now. I'm on skooma. Let's go ahead and quick save. Because that seems like a state I want to be quick saved in. Spellbinder runic stuff. That's kind of cool. Alright. Well. We may be affected by skooma slightly. It's no big deal. Let's head on north now. Yep, north it is. Technically, we don't need our skeleton. We'll keep him around since, well, for several reasons. All right, let's go. Let's go. Going north. We accidentally took one of the skooma when we were trying to pick it all up, so we are afflicted by an alternate state of perception, let's just say. Look, there's a rhino there. I feel the need to fight the rhino. Oh, my magicka just recharged. All right, time to go kill ourselves a rhino. Oh, hello. Nope. Yes. Woolly rhino. Got it. Kyne is pleased with my rhino killing actions. Let us continue. Oh, the guards aren't paying attention. The guards aren't paying attention. I think I can harvest this chest. The novice chest, so I'll have to be extra careful. No, I don't. Oh, a pain scroll. Great. Everyone loves pain scrolls. How you doing?
Don't suppose you'd enchant my sword. Dull old blade can barely cut butter.
Right. Let's go. Adventures, question mark. How long will this effect last, I wonder? Let me see here. Oh, about 4 more minutes. Okay. That's fine. Only about 4 minutes of insanity. Yes. Butterflies. Harvest the butterflies. There's a giant's camp. If there are any giants there, they will be defeated. A giant spider, that's a type of giant, right? It's dead now. Alright. Spider silk and venom. We are venom. What? Nothing. Okay, those mammoths I maybe want to avoid, but if there is a giant alive here, it needs to die. We'll see. We're still high on skooma, so this is a bit off. Yeah, there's a giant there. Okay. Ow, that hurt. Come on. Yeah, yes, you accidentally opened a bottle of skooma and poured the contents into your mouth. Yes, exactly. It was all a mistake. I thought this was milk. You know me. I'm a high elf. I'm obviously a milk drinker. So I could have sworn that was milk. It turns out it was skooma. All right. Good. Staff of Whispers and an orcish bow of screams. Oh no, we're over encumbered because we've looted too much stuff from the giant's camp. Sir Honor, the high elf is very high, yes. I'm a higher elf. Alright, put away this stuff. All the hominid flesh. Well, some of this is a bit ridiculous. Let me do that there. We do have a lot of gems and things we may have been picking up, so... Oof. Yeah, most of this is just too much junk that we picked up from miscellaneous sources. It has nothing to do with the armor or weapons or alchemy ingredients per se. Although I suspect that, yeah, I've got a fair few alchemy ingredients too. Doesn't matter too much, just need to make sure I, Oh, the Stalrim dagger, jeez. Ruin's Edge, though. I'm gonna put that in the museum for now. It's a Daedric relic. I don't see myself using it now that I have Ariel's bow. But it's nice that we got it. And since we did get it, it will go in the Daedric gallery behind everything else, I imagine. Tribunal armor, necromancer robes. God, we found so many necromancer robes up where we killed that Slode. I'm so glad we killed that Slode, though. He was up to no good, for sure.
Where'd you come from?
Oh, no. What are we fighting? Are we just killing mammoths for no reason? My Wrathman is killing them for no reason. Okay. Well... let's go ahead and start yoling at it repeatedly. Let me try this. So, as I understand it, I just need to re-add it. This is the Reddit power. It's here it is.
Re. Batul. Batul. Pass.
Good. They are defeated. Okay. So let's go ahead and I've totally failed at harvesting ingredient. I wonder why. You got high and then you tried to meticulously harvest the organs of a living creature. This didn't work. I mean, I 1 out of 2 ain't bad. It's really bad. That's 50%. That's a failing mark. All right. Right.
Re.
Yes. Bam. Yes, Re. All right. So let's continue up north. We have to get to Dawnstar. That's actually a big deal. Oh, thank goodness. The skooma wore off. I thought I was going to have that vision for quite some time. No big deal. We go north. North! To Dawnstar. Oh no. That wolf didn't do too much. Alright, let's get our Yol ready for the next enemy I want to fight.
Yol! Yol! Yol!
I get faster with every Yol. I get a stacking buff that makes me Yol. Hey, every Yol makes me go faster, as you can see. And now we sprint. Yes. And we've arrived at the fort. We are now leaving the fort. All right. That was very effective. Very effective. The buff is now wearing off and is gone. Okay. Oh, back to normal speed, I suppose. Oh no, this was the citizen that was infected. Did I say infected? No, she was a thief. Right. Yes, she was a thief. We killed her. But yeah, we yoled our way over there using the speed buff. Celril's full of hot air. Okay, let's get going. I heard something. I thought I heard something. The snowcat. Was a snowcat. It got yoled out of existence. Let's grab its ingredients. Which we can succeed now that we're not high. On skooma. That skooma was a mistake. Yes. Well. Wow. That Drummond got killed in 2 yoles. There's a reason for this. All right, so step 1. Our speech is currently 139. You may be wondering, what the fuck? And you'd be correct to have that statement. Either way, because our speech is 139, we have this thing called Hurricane Force, where our shouts are 1% more powerful. Oh, it's effectively 139, even though it's technically 71. Either way, Hurricane Force makes them 100% more powerful, right? So, what we do is we stack that with a little thing called the Champion of Kine buff. 200% more powerful shouts based on favor with Kine, which is maxed out because I hunted a bunch of animals and shouted at the sky. Don't know why that worked, but whatever. Let me see here. I'm seeing if there's any other thing going on. Nope. Next time you get hit with a weapon, retaliate with a poisonous strike. Oof. Windborn, Wrathman. Nope, there's no other reason. But I have insane speechcraft. I'm trying to figure out, like, what's boosting my speech, and I can't quite find it at the moment. Feeding increases magicka by 50 points for 60 seconds. 600 seconds if the target is sleeping. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Not what I was looking for, though. Doesn't matter. Point is, I can yell really hard, okay? I can yell really hard. What about the other elements of the fire breath shout? I have no idea. Taste of my thumb and I'll teach you the next step. Oh, god damn it, Parthenax. Why you do this? Skeletons in the wall. Skeletons in the wall. Right. That is a shambles. That's a shambles. Shambles versus the horse. Okay. Kill the shambles. Kill it.
No sign of them.
I don't know. Is it listed in my mod list where you can maybe download it? I don't know. Maybe you don't look at the mod list well enough. Alright, so we're checking the misted board here. See if there are any local jobs. Let's continue. So, we are going to go and have a chit-chat in the White Hall with a certain somebody. Yes. Right. Hopefully this will load. Interesting how ridiculous Dawnstar has been. I suppose I didn't quick save it before I went through this door, so now I'm regretting everything. I'm going to assume it's going to load and it's just taking an extra long amount of time. But this is a bit insane, nonetheless. Yes. Oh, doesn't have a link? Interesting. Interesting. I know I've linked it in previous ones. But technically, it's a pirated mod, considering it was never ported officially. Oh, yeah, it loaded. It just took a while. No idea why. Probably unloading all the Dawnstar stuff. Also, Sir Honor's skeleton. Hello, sir.
You're not as dumb as you look.
Look, the dragon at Sheerpoint's dead.
Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here is your reward.
Bronzewater Cave has been cleared.
Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here is your reward.
The giant at Tumble Arch Pass is dead.
You've shown those monsters that they will no longer be tolerated in the Pale. Good work.
Damn right.
Here, a reward from your Jarl.
Anything else you need, my Jarl?
There is room in my court for a new Thane. It's an honorary title mainly, but there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold. You help my people, and I'll make you my Thane.
It would be an honor to become Thane, I guess.
Good luck.
We've helped 2 out of 3 people, apparently.
Don't bother me again unless it's important.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with these skeletons. They seem pervasive. They just appear out of nowhere. And, you know, then they disappear out of nowhere, too. It's really spooky. Spooky, scary skeletons. Especially when Sir Honor summons them, because then I can't click on them because they have an aura around them. I have no idea what's up with that.
I'm here to lend my magic to the people of Dawnstar.
Your magic. So in other words, you're like...
Feel the power of my magic!
Okay. Let's get going. Now, let's get the hell out.
What does the Dragonborn do once he's summoned by the Greybeards?
I don't know.
Can he be taught like any skill?
I doubt it. Okay. We should have our ship over here. Should be connected. I think that's our ship. Maybe not. Okay, so maybe our ship isn't here in Dawnstar after all. Could have sworn it was here. This is driving me a bit crazy. I could have sworn my ship was here. Yes. Using the wheel. Yeah, I don't want to do that right now. I'm already done. I'm already over it. Well, that's unfortunate, though. I don't seem to see the ship I need to use. Unless that's my ship, and they're on it, which would be freaking hilarious. Yeah, this is Falskar. This is literally Falskar. We aren't going there. I'm pretty sure their ship isn't my ship. I guess my ship just hasn't been deployed here yet, which is weird. Hey guys, can I just grab your? Oh yeah, no. Apparently they're on my ship. Don't question it. Don't. They're on my ship. All right, we're heading to Winterhold. That's fine. There's a mammoth and Shadowmere and... Oh, jeez! I used Soul Tear on the mammoth. I was joking. I was gonna re-at the mammoth. You know, it was the Reddit power, right? I was okay. Here was the joke. The joke was this one. Okay, I was going right. I was going re at the the mammoth, and because I read at it too hard, it actually raised it from the dead. And, yeah, I read at it too hard. So, now I have a mammoth. No. Okay. Is that a saber cat that's... Okay, it's not after me. Let's go. Yes. We're going, though. We're leaving. Azura star. Wait. Wait a second. Why am I even bothering to climb this? Okay. Ooh, let's go ahead and, we'll just use, temporal shift. Temporal shift will get us straight up there. I was contemplating what we were going to do, and this will do it. Bam. Good. Let me see here. Okay. Let's figure out what we got here. Why was the upload so long? What do you mean, the upload being long? You mean time between uploads? Well, first of all, you figure that a normal stream, being like 8 hours, usually gets cut in half. So you split that, and you put up 1 video per day in theory, except for the month when I didn't do that, because, quite frankly, I was too busy to edit the videos to make sure copyrighted content was taken out of them, and make sure that the metadata was set up, and the like, you know, you just look at everything, and it's like, I mean, it's actually quite troublesome to take like 60 parts and chop it up. People go, well, why don't you upload all of it right away, all at once? Yeah, that's a good way to make sure everything just gets lost in a big cluster. Not worth it. Plus, it wouldn't benefit me to do it that way either. All right, we need to go see Wait, Enthir's outside? How far away is he? But either way. We have, like 60, let's see here. We'll actually look at the Skyrim here. All right, looking at this, we've got exactly 62 parts to go. Yes. Upload? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you're misusing words that don't make any sense within the context you're using them in. If you mean, why did it take the mammoth so long to appear? It's because the mammoth was caught up on terrain and couldn't actually follow me. It's that simple. Like, followers are garbage at following me. It's why I got my teleportation abilities. If I use this here, and then I hit teleportation, it causes my followers to teleport to me. Notice that doesn't mean conjured minions, like a mammoth. But then, suddenly, a mammoth appears on its own when I transition from one area to another, like going from Winterhold to the college. Yes. Now, what happens when we go inside? Oh dear me. Okay, we do have to go to the Hall of Elements, it turns out. Going inside, I'm probably going to be like,
Mistakes have been made.
Most likely. Most likely. Oh, no mammoth. Interesting. Weird, but interesting. We'll see. Never mind, the mammoth forced me out of the level.
May I help you, services are one of the few things that keep us in touch with the rest of Skyrim.
Oh, glorious. Okay, upstairs. Hello, sir.
I'm always on the lookout for all sorts of goods.
Here's that
Bring me
staff.
Whatever you find, and I'll see what I can do.
Here's that staff you wanted.
Well. All right. You delivered on your end, so I'll deliver on mine. Here's the gem Arniel was after. Can't imagine what he expects to do with that. It's warped beyond any ability to capture a soul.
A warped soul gem. All right. Can't wait to see him removed from existence.
Blow up half of East March, and people would still come to us for enchantments.
We could blow up half of East March. Now we know the truth of the College of Winterhold. They're all bastards. Oh, well, doesn't matter. We are, we're gonna go ahead and have a talk with, Arniel there outside. Jace, that guy is disturbing. Oh, there's the mammoth again. I don't even know what's happening anymore. I used Soul Tear to create myself a mammoth, or I used it on the mammoth and it died. I assumed it wasn't going to raise from the dead, and suddenly I have a mammoth zombie. I read at it too hard. Okay. Hello.
Perhaps we can go another few decades without a disaster. That would be nice.
That would be nice.
Perhaps we can go another few decades without a disaster. That would be nice.
Congratulations, sir. You are going senile. Here's the gym.
Do you? Wonderful. I was afraid I'd have to give up. And when I'm so close. Thank you for this. I have a great deal of work ahead of me.
Okay. Do you need anything else?
Divine. Terrible. Just terrible. I vastly underestimated the heat transfer necessary and have destroyed my only working model. I'm at a loss.
Let's see. Did you account for the extra coefficient introduced by... No. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Look, it's all very simple. The Dwemer, they were, masters of magic in a way we can't even begin to conceive of. Their greatest achievement, however, has also been their greatest, shall we say, mystery.
Radio. So, what mystery was that?
Their disappearance, of course. Instant, unexplainable. The stories have fascinated me. Ever since I was young, I wanted to know what really happened. After years and years of work, I'm closing in on a way to investigate what happened through experimentation. Only now, well, it's simply a disaster.
What went wrong?
Without boring you with the details, I'm attempting to recreate the circumstances of the event. The dwarves were very clever, tapping into and drawing power from the heart of Lorcan itself.
Right.
Lacking the heart of a dead god myself, I was attempting to substitute a rather specific soul gem, the one you helped me acquire.
Won't work?
Well, yes, I mean, no. That is, it might, but I'm not completely sure. I'm no tonal architect. I've only read their writings. Scraps, really. The soul gem by itself isn't enough, you see. It needs to be altered, purified. The dwarves had machines for this sort of thing. I've attempted to build my own, based on designs and using parts you helped to provide. My very own dwarven convector.
Okay.
It worked, but not fully. And the device was destroyed in the process.
Right. Can you build another?
Hmm? No, no, no! I'm too close now. Can't take the time. Though, perhaps there's another option. I may require further assistance from you.
You want me to convect something?
Well, yes. The designs for my convector were based on real dwarven machines, so there may still be some in existence.
Yes.
I'd go looking myself, but yes, there are calculations to double and triple check. Many calculations. Perhaps you could seek out these convectors in Skyrim ruins. I can even teach you the spell to heat them. It's very particular and very important.
All right. What's in it for me?
Well, don't you see? Unlocking this mystery. The story alone is worth more riches than you can even imagine. And perhaps, well, I don't wish to speculate, but what if we could contact the dwarves? What if they're still out there? Imagine.
Dwemer Tech exists as a mod, and it assumes that a whole army of Dwemer were in Oblivion at the time. The rest of the race disappeared, and that army is now back from Oblivion and wants to conquer Tamriel. It's absolutely ridiculous, but we don't know about that yet. Our character has no idea. So teach me your spell.
Wonderful. Just wonderful. I knew I could count on you. Now, this spell is not for defending yourself, but it's just right for heating the convector. At least 3 seconds burn is necessary. Just place the soul gem inside and heat the convector. At least 3 seconds. You'll almost certainly need to find multiple convectors. I suspect it may be due to the nature of the soul gem versus the crystals this was intended for. Destroys the equipment in the process.
Lovely.
But, it's effective. 3 times, and the crystal should be ready for the next step. Isn't this exciting?
Oh boy. I've learned his convection. I need to put the warped soul gem in a convector. All across Skyrim, we will find the convectors. A convector? Oh no, to identify the shard. There's a convector up there as well. So, is there a convector here? No, there's a leader I need to kill. Alright. No convectors down here, unfortunately. Oh well. Let's go get on our boat and get back to Castle Volkohar.
That would be nice.
Yeah, we're gonna hop down here. And through the door to Skyrim and beyond. Unfortunately, this mammoth is going to cause us problems, or it dies spontaneously and we never see it again. Okay, good, good. I was concerned that I was going to be ambushed by a mammoth again. So, can I cast Drop Zone? Well, let's give this a try. I'm going to save the game. Yeah, like this. Then I'm going to cast Drop Zone. And I want to see if it works. If it doesn't work and I die a horrible death, then, you know, it'll be funny. Nonetheless. So. That'll do it. Boom. You're immune to falling damage. But that said, I jumped in the water anyway. Where's my ship? Where is my ship? It's like over here-ish. Pretty sure it was over here-ish. There was an inlet somewhere. And I saw the college. And I thought, wow, that's too far for me. There it is. There's Shadowmere. So, not immune to falling damage now, though. Yep. Okay. Good enough. Let's head over to Castle Volkohar, I believe. Yes. Yes, let's do that. Serana appears. What about Rumarin? There's Remar. Glorious. Okay, Castle Volkar, let's go.
Where'd you come from?
Skeletons? Nice. Castle Volkar guards should take care of any errant skeletons. They should, but they aren't. I had to roll my way into not getting sniped. God, that skeleton's strong. Alright, that's it.
He's a bigger cat
Bigger coward than I am, you said?
than I am.
Okay. Well, that's that, I suppose. There's 2 more skeletons left alive. Are they actually alive? No, they are not.
I'm not gonna die like this.
I'm going inside. They can fight all they want.
All the living shall fear the dead.
Really, Headless Nick? Okay. We're out of here. Oh, my gargoyles are coming to life because they sense that skeleton. That's funny. Ah, well. This is my sleepy place.
Such an abrupt end to our game.
Yes, the skeleton's dead somewhere. Big deal. Right. And there's Saran and Ramar. Nice. This will lead me where I need to go. Out here should be the Master Throne. Yes, this is the Master Throne with all the worshippers. No big deal here. Let's see, we got Valerica's Tower. We got Ruined Vault. This will be the correct path, yes. Over here. Good. Let me out. Okay. Let's grab our spiky grass. Sure. Got some chokeberries as well. Last time I saw chokeberries was in, it was next to the old sanctuary. Okay, this will get us to the keep. Now we can have a chit-chat with our friends. And by that I mean I'm going to loot the human flesh and blood that's just sitting
I
around.
leave politics to others. I serve the lord of the castle.
Yes, that's me. I'm the lord of the castle.
Watch what you're doing.
No, I don't have to watch what I'm doing. I'm just grabbing the human flesh and blood that happens to populate here. See?
What's happening?
I need food, thanks. Very good. Let's have a chit-chat with Fiora Bloodmouth. Fiora! Get out of your coffin. Look at her. She's got a bloody, bloody mouth. That's why she's called Fiora Bloodmouth. It's her most standout feature. Alright.
None can deny your power now.
Yes, but Rumarn, you gotta back up. Hold on. I have to get these people back or they will get in my way. Followers have a tendency to really just get in the way. So, as I was saying,
I wish Orthiolf and Vingama would just get it over with and kill each other.
yes.
Ugh, I'm tired of listening to them.
The Nightmaster Vampire at Spinster's Peak is dead.
Good work. It's always best to deal with a problem by ripping it out at the root.
Of course. Well, you don't have any more quests for me, do you?
Feed well.
Okay. Let's go have a chit-chat with our, Morethi.
I am above the petty
Garen
squabbles
Morethi.
here. I have lived for far too long to be bothered with them.
Right.
I saw more than enough political maneuvering in my time in House Dress. I was tired of it then, and I'm tired of it now.
What's going on?
Speak with Farron Sadri. He has something for you.
Farron Sadri, you say?
If you'll excuse me.
Yes, maybe I will excuse you. Let me look at these books really quick, see if there's anything new. Nope, nothing new there. About here. Nope, nothing new. Okay. Before we go talk with Farron Sadri, we're going to grab the blood that's respawned here. Blood of an Imperial, Redguard Nord, Imperial, Bosmer Nord. Okay, that's good. Grab the ink. Always grab the ink. Ink is used to copy books in the gallery if you need to copy a book for any reason. Checking the wardrobes. 1,000 septum mantle, I'll take it. And finally, the gems. The gemeralds. I can't loot the plate. There we go. Get the hell out, glazed plate. You are banished. I have looted the plate. Yes. Okay. I mostly wanted the gemstones on it. Didn't really care about the plate itself. Alright, let's go downstairs where the vampire's sleeping. Behold the truth. This is a good save. Yes.
Life here has many advantages. Don't you agree?
Alright, what can I do to help?
I've located additional petrified remains of an elder vampire. Bring them to me, and I'll extend the effects granted by the blood chalice.
Stendomar Temple? Wait, where the hell is that? It's here? Out in Whiterun? Hold on a second. Yeah, it's a part of Helgen Reborn. Yeah. That's Helgen Reborn. Alright, we're gonna table this quest for now. I don't want to do Helgen Reborn at the moment. I'd like to proceed with the main quest a little further before that happens. Now, that said, I have other tasks I need to do besides this little arbitrary thingamajig. I need to deal with the convectors. I actually am needed in Markarth. I need to retrieve something there. There's a lot to do, and I think that yeah, Markarth is probably going to be my best bet. First, I leave Castle Volkohar going south, right? There should be a convector here, and then a convector up here. So, yeah, there's multiple things we can do. Let's go ahead and do that.
Revel in your power.
I plan to. But in the morning, we need to rest. Because we've been at this for so long. We absolutely need some rest. Be nice and morning. Feel a surge of vampiric power. You get the surge.
No one will soon forget that you were the one to defeat Harkon.
Yes.
If you need anything, say the word. I can still forge a decent blade.
Right.
I'm not the most powerful of vampires, but I'm good with a hammer. See for yourself.
That's my only purpose. If you no longer have use of a blacksmith, you can dispose of me. What? You're getting out of here. happening? Ooh, alchemist. You know what that means, right? Blood, heart, flesh, and Nirnroot. Activated werebeast blood? Okay. Is there some more blood over here? Yes, there is. Blood, blood, blood. Lots and lots of blood. Alright, let's grab those soul gems while nobody's paying attention. Perfect. We are in a good position now. Let's go. Glimmer blossoms. Pretty sure I don't want to go back to the Vale for those. Alright. Let's head south. Let's go look for convectors on our way over to deal with that whole crystal shard shenanigan. Looks like there's multiple things to do. That is a guardian. That's a guardian. That's a regular statue. That's a guardian. Okay. Not ready to kill all the Dawn Guard yet. Will be nice, though. Is that my, that's one of my castle guards. That's why the Dawn Guard don't spawn here anymore. Alright. Let me mess with a couple more things, and we should be good to go. Mm-hmm. Yes. Northwatch Keep is where the Thalmor are holding some people. I've considered multiple times dealing with the Thalmor, but I don't need to right now. Now, let's see. What do we got? Yeah, place the Warp Soul Gem in a Convector. And identify the Crystal Shard. Then there's another Convector over here. I think we will be able to handle everything by going to these locations. Contemplating if there's anything else around. There's a Forsworn ambush camp. They probably have respawned by then. We're not going into Northwatch Keep today. We haven't quite decided to mess with the Thalmor yet. We've stayed on fairly decent terms. They've been jerks, and I'm always tempted to kill them for their disrespect. But they've never made any overt moves against me, despite other NPCs clearly wanting to kill me. There's a mature ice troll here. Pretty sure I can just yole it out of existence. Let's try that. Let's try burning it to death with fire breath shouts. Just yole at it.
Yole! Yole!
Okay, maybe I can't yole him out of existence. I'll respect that. I had to clunk him pretty hard. No. We can extract his blood at least. That's the only reason I wanted to fight him at all, was to take his blood. Troll's blood, yes. I don't know where Remarn and... Oh, Remarn and Serana were told to wait because they were interrupting my conversation with Fura. Well, that's why we can just make them follow us. Alright, Serana, time to go.
Do you need something?
Yes, I do. I need you to follow me. Okay. The rock's still gone. Nope, the rocks are back. So we'll just activate, what do you call it? Elemental Fury. Then get Luca's pickaxe here. And do this. That's how we mine. No problems with that. Who's there? Goblins, right. Okay. That goblin ain't doing so well. Yep. Alright, this one next. Yeah, sorry. That berserker just healed. Wow. Okay. That was a thing. Get him. Come on. Good.
Where'd you come from?
Where'd you come from? Horkers. Rapidly healing Horkers.
Teamwork right there.
And they're dead, yes. I was not expecting the Horkers, yes. Elemental Fury, it's a vanilla shout. There's still dead Penitus Oculatus, where I got the Lord's Mail. Yes. Blood, heart, flesh. We go in here. Will there be a bunch of Penitus Oculatus corpses? That's what I want to know. Let's go inside and check. Maybe we'll get a lot of freshly lootable Imperials. Oh, they're alive? Some of them are. Yeah, they're all fighting wolves. I think it's time to just transform into a vampire lord, I suppose. Yes. Hello, sir. That wolf attacked.
Hey, watch it.
This is what I trained for. Yes.
Victory is ours. I've always wanted to say that.
Yes. We got him. So, Vampire Lord. Okay, we got perks to spend. Perks to spend. Alright, in magic mode, sprinting allows you to glide. Thanks. Reduces your falling speed. Fountain of Youth, killing a person with a power attack bite in melee form restores all your health. That's nice. Let's echolocation. God, I'm thinking of Batman screaming to find his way around. See immortal form, supernatural senses warn you of enemies 200 feet away, briefly illuminating them through walls. Only one element. No, we're not doing that. Lamai's Pyre is a hemomancy power. 50 feet hurricane of flames that engulfs the caster for 10 seconds. Enemies take 75 fire damage. Can be used once, then becomes unavailable until you feed on a sleeping victim. That's pretty nice. Let's do it. Gained a new hemomancy. Lion among sheep in magic form. Damaging enemies with your raise spell. Reduces their attack damage. In melee form, you deal 10% to each target afflicted. Thanks. Alright, that's good. So, no big deal. We will transform back now. See, what kind of powers do we have here? We have Chokehold, which can grab people as I understand it. Let's try with this guy. Apparently it only works on a living target. Sir Honor, did you raise anybody? No, you raised the wolf that I killed. Okay. No option to try it out right now. No big deal. Transform back. Alright. Let's begin harvesting these guys. That's why we came in here in the first place, was to harvest them. Yep. Scalpel. We'll start off with the guy over here. Ooh, there's copper ore to mine as well. Hunter. Blood. Heart. Flesh. Yeah, originally the Lord's Mail was in this cave. He has a skull coat? Wow. That guy just literally was wearing the skull out. Is that a Daedric Tonto? Okay. You just want to give me Daedric gear to mess around with? Fine. I'll take it. Okay. Blood, heart, flesh. And money. Same thing. Money. A hand and a hip bone. Okay. Blood, heart, flesh. No money on this one. Must have been poor. 2 more there. That's good, though. We are making great use of the available resources here. And to think the Imperials will never know what I've done here. Ha, ha, ha. These were supposed to be the Emperor's Secret Service. They were here to recover the Lord's Mail, which is a symbol of Imperial power. Because Morius wielded it, or wore it, I should say, during the Elysian Empire. Let's see here. Luca's pickaxe and Elemental Fury. Yes.
Be careful.
Oh, you did that, Rumarn. You teleported into me when I was mining ore. Should have thought about that. Okay, we're leaving. We got everything we needed from this cave. Absolutely. Okay. That should do it. Everything's good now. And up and around. Mm-hmm. This is the top of the cave. There's usually...
Cave, what a surprise, said the idiot companion.
Yes. A cave! I've never seen that before. Wow! Okay. Uh-huh. What's that? That's a wolf pup. Why even?
Guess that's the last of them.
That is the last of him. Hold on. We need to summon Serraner. She's lagging behind. There you are. Very good. That tower would start a quest, so I'm not ready to start yet. It's a very focused and narrative-driven quest where you get introduced to a family. Alright. You have to help a nice young woman become an evil abomination. Yes. Okay.
This doesn't concern you, friend.
What do you mean it doesn't concern me? You're here in Imperial territory.
Don't make me tell you again.
Go on, get out of here.
No. What are you doing? Seriously.
All right, if it's a fight, have it your way.
If it's a fight you want,
it is.
You've got it.
If it's a fight you want, you've got it. So, these Stormcloaks, they're gonna die. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use Frenzy. Is that the only Fury ability I have? Let's check for Expert. Expert is Rout, which makes them flee. Pacify. Mine. No. I don't have any Expert fear spells, so this is fine. We'll hit them with this.
Where'd you come from?
Alright, looks like one of them's too powerful for Frenzy. The other is gonna die a horrible death by his companions. No. Oh, jeez! He nearly killed me. Good riddance.
Who's there?
Is right. Who's there? Wait. Thalmor Justiciars? Really? Really? Can't see the elven superiority, you say? Must be gone now. Damn shame. Damn shame. Look what just happened. These Thalmor just attacked me for no reason. really weird after all, and just kind of crazy. We can obviously get some rarefied Altmer blood, but yeah, I mean that happened. That definitely happened. We just got a glass scimitar, which belongs in a museum, by the way. Yep. Next we got yeah. We just had some Stormcloaks for seemingly no reason. I mean, we killed the Stormcloaks, but hold on. No, there's no note on them. They just attacked me for no reason, which is really weird. Not something you'd usually do. But Thalmor tried to attack me. Well, now we need to figure out why this is. We may have to go into their embassy after all, when we're done with our current job. I think it might be, you know, they're obviously attacking me for some reason. We're gonna have to determine what's going on with this, I think. Yeah? Okay. They obviously weren't defending the Stormcloaks. That would be stupid. Windhelm guard armor. Let me see. And let's get rid of this Stormcloak. Very good. Slit throat. Blood, heart, flesh. Perfect. Now, we need to talk to Rumarin about all this junk that I picked up, of which there is a lot. Because, unfortunately, we ran into more than a couple enemies. But yes, Thalmor being secret Stormcloak allies, obviously. Something insane like that. But we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out. So, Delphine, about 6 months ago, suggested that I, break into the Thalmor embassy. I think it's about time to do that, since we've got all this insane, stuff going on, you know. Stormcloaks attacking me. Things of that nature. So, we'll see. I have not tried that mod you're talking about, but I guarantee you, considering we're, you know, over 400 hours into our current playthrough, there will be no trying of new mods in this, at this time. So, anyway. Let's see here. Just gonna finish putting away all the miscellaneous. God, there's so much stuff. It's insane. Okay. Right. 2,000 septums. Where'd I get that? You rarely play... Oh, no, I don't play in third person at all. Occasionally, I go out to third person in order to show off the janky mining. You know, whenever I want to make it look like an anime for no fucking reason, because it's actually terrible. But no. Well, let's grab some black soul gems really quick. I'm gonna grab like 10 of them. Yeah. There we go. We can fill those up. Still. Let's see. I suppose, you know, we don't really need to do these side quests at the moment. We can go over to Solitude and grab a, go talk to Melbourne about, diplomatic immunity, which is, a pretty, important quest for us. Yeah, we need to meet Melbourne in Solitude. Let's go do that. Since the Thalmor attacked us, we should really take our time and investigate them. Get into their place and check things out. That's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna try to sneak into the Thalmor embassy, I think. So let's loop back around and let's head to Solitude and have a chat with Melbourne about things. This is more important than you know, getting a convector ready, using a warped soul gem. All that stuff is largely irrelevant by comparison to some of the other things we want to do. My goodness. Well, there's a giant here. We'll fight him. He's a small frost giant. He's a brute. So, yep. That's about the size frost giants were in the original design for Solstheim. You know, the ones that weren't added to the game. They were gonna feature in Blood Moon and never did. Yes. That's how big giants were gonna be. Yeah. Okay. We gotta get to Solitude. To join up with the Stormcloak? No. To join up with the Legion? No. Goblins? Goblins are... No, there's goblins fighting a Spriggan. Well, I don't need to participate in this fight, thanks. Okay. No idea why they didn't get added. But there's concept art for them. It's just that they never got completed. The Imperial Legion are run by Binky the Clown from Garfield. Yes. Alright. Dawnguard! Well. We just created a wall between us and the Dawnguard because we didn't want to get shot with a crossbow. There we go. Okay, time to suck some soul. We need... Yes. Good. We should get 2 souls right off the bat. That's 1 soul. That's 2 soul. Very good. The Dawnguard attacks me and I receive souls. It is how it is supposed to be. Now, we'll harvest them. As we've harvested so many before. Dawnguard axe, yes. Next, blood, liver. Oh, that was an orc. A Dawnguard orc. Wonder what kind of terrible trauma he went through to become a devout vampire hunter. Oh no. Yep. Nords. Nords, on the other hand, will just be like, did you know vampires exist? Well, crap, we need to hunt them. That vampire's coming right for us. Alright, let me see here. We can purge these now. And this one as well. Good. Let's head on south. We have killed the Dawnguard. Bulgar's killed Orc's sister. He was chieftain. Wanted to go on a quest to avenge. Yes. Alright, we're just gonna jump down the hill. There's no reason to go all the way around. We can just hop down this way. Yep. Hippity hop, hippity hop. No reason to go all the way around Solitude. You can just kind of climb down here like this. Good, good. Something Code of Malakath. Oh, one-dimensional orcs in Skyrim, yay. Okay. You know Skyrim did it bad when orcs in Oblivion are more realized as individuals. They're functioning members of society. Alright. Let's keep going. Of course, we do have Lorebook. You know, the worst bard in all of Tamriel. So, obviously something's going on. Well, this'll do. We did all the things we needed. We, should probably head on over. My goodness. My goodness. Yes. Hello, miss.
The vines saved me from the streets, and they can save you from your trials as well.
Yes. They're generic, but not generic enough to be good.
Get your fresh fruit and produce here.
Fresh fruit and produce every day. Yeah. I see a target. What is the target? It's Falk Firebeard. Okay, never mind. We're going to ignore that, and we're going to see what Latoria's discovered. Also, is the Hall of the Dead that I need to retrieve the cup from? Let's go retrieve the thing from the Hall of the Dead first. Get these things done. Hello, Bard.
Not now.
Yeah, later on she will be like, I can fence things, but right now she's busy. Grumble, grumble. Yeah, right. Hello. Yes, I'm hungry and thirsty. I think you understand.
It's all in this note.
Very good. Thank you. So, got some blood wine, human flesh, human heart. Also got some corpse info. So, if I want to know where the corpse came from, unknown, gender female, race imperial, cause of death, homeless orphan child who succumbed to heavy cold during a storm. So that's it. An imperial orphan who succumbed to a heavy cold storm. Yep. And that's the human flesh and heart that I just got. Yay, human and blood, I should say. Get that venison stew. Let's get going. Okay, she's just hanging around in the Temple of Arche. Nothing special to mention about that. Nobody here notices me stealing the pitcher, I assume. Wait, is there a goblet inside? Yeah, apparently there was a goblet inside of a pitcher. And that's what I needed. Weird. Oh, well, no big deal. Favorite guild quest. Favorite. Maybe the Dark Brotherhood in Oblivion, or the, Mages Guild in Oblivion, or the, probably the Fighters Guild in, Morrowind, maybe? I mean, the Thieves Guild in Morrowind is also really good.
Need something?
Okay. So, let's see here. Alright, well, based on all this, I think we just need to go on in to see, No, I'm not forgetting that part of the question. That part of the question makes it an invalid question. So I omitted it in my response. Yes. We're going on into the gallery. Yes. The gallery. We need to speak to Latoria. We need to do a lot of things. So, as you can see here, We have 1,855 displays currently. That's a big deal. What do we have in terms of donations? We have 10,000 septums. Very good. Very good. We're still lacking on our Dragon Priesty masks. But, yes. Okay. The excitement of battle. Now, let's go ahead and, we got most of the shrines now. Yep. I'm just seeing if we're missing any here. Okay, we do not have the Tempest Dominus. We're missing a couple Khajiit shrines. And we're missing the Stone of the Forebearers, as well as the Lantern of the Ancestors. So we're missing a few critical items, actually. Anyway. Those bookcases are empty. Right. We aren't going to deposit everything in the gallery right now, but we are going to talk to Rumarin, and we're going to say, hey, Rumarin, I need that bow you have. The one I got when I fell up the stairs. Oh, that was glorious. I fell up the stairs and received Ruin's Edge, yes. That was a glorious dungeon. If you missed that part of the stream, you need to go back and see it later. Because it is just the most awesome thing that happened. I tripped and fell up the stairs to Dragon's Reach and got teleported to a mysterious realm kind of adjacent to the Shivering Isles, where I got Ruin's Edge. Alright. I had to fight it first. It was dancing around on its own. You finished Skyrim's main quest for the first time? Oh boy. All hail the Dragonborn, conqueror of Alduin. Yay. 3 cheers for the Dragonborn.
What do you need, my friend?
Okay. Let me see here. Where? Sanguine's Rose, Malakast Cleaver, Bow of Shadows. Kegbreaker, Grey Cowl, Daedric Crescent. We don't have the Daedric Crescent right now. Ruin's Edge, there we go. We sealed away Ruin's Edge. Most good. Staff of Sheol-Goroth. You mean the Wabbajack? Hold on. The Wabbajack. No. Is it favorited? No, it's not. Which means... Wabbajack. There we go. So, we don't have the Fork of Horripilation. We'll have to get that at some point. Wait, we have Jiglag's sword. We do.
Yes? What is it?
We do. We do have Jiglag's sword. Yes. Yes. No. So it's on the other side. Upstairs. Upstairs. Kegbreaker. I know it was around here somewhere. Sanguine's Rose, we don't have. Jiglag's sword, there we go. Bam! So we've sealed away so many Daedric relics here. It's amazing. Oh, it's Lydia!
What do you need? Honor to you, my Thane. The Jarl has recognized you as a person of great importance in the Hold. A hero.
Yes, I'm sure. All right, that is that then. We'll probably have more stuff to seal away later, but let's see. Hello, Ilya. She is the what do you call it? She was the crazy necromancer lady who was going to become one of the Hag Ravens.
Good day.
And she decided she wanted to kill her mother instead, so I helped her. Yes.
Good morning.
Shrine of Ariel. Very good. Wait a second. I thought I saw something. No, it was Rumarn that I saw. Okay, display case. Don't have what belongs in there quite yet. Damn shame. Damn shame. Wait a second. Let's, Ooh. Alright, we're going to go ahead and, those were done. Yeah, I think we're done here. We just need to... It's going to sort the items, which we don't need to do right now. We need to go see Latoria. We still need more of these relics as well. Need more of the relics, I say. I say. God. Yeah.
Take care of yourself.
Let me have a look. God damn it, Fafnir! What are you doing? All right. Fine, Fafnir. All right. Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, it's Fafnir. I'm just double checking to see if all my perks. Yeah, I got all this scrapper. That's fine. So we're missing 2 perks. Walk Amongst the Dead and Tamer's Hand. Don't really need either one of them, but
You'll have to tell me the whole story someday. Preferably over an expensive glass of wine.
yes. Let's go ahead and grab all our archaeology fragments. And let's have a chat with Latoria. She should be up here somewhere. Latoria! Discover anything interesting?
With so many books you gave her, Latoria was able to discover a few things. Here, take a look.
Holidays of the Elect Bay. Figment of Pain. That's a spell tome. Alright, let's go ahead and gather anything. Miscellaneous items. Look for book. Alright, burned books, ruined books, ruined books. We are over encumbered. We have so many books. We need to talk to Sir Honor. Oh god, the raccoon. Alright, Sir Honor, I need books. Yes.
Latoria greets you.
I have some books for you. Wait, hold on. Actually. Yes, you are affected by auto-carrot. Alright, 2 things. First things first. Phantasmal chest. Check it. Alright, gonna look for a book. Yes. And then we're gonna use deep storage and look for book. So, just make sure we have all our ducks in a row. As far as book goes. Bam. Book. No books. Okay. Well then, Latoria, let's talk. I have some books for you.
Excellent. Let's see what you have found. Good. It will take some time to decipher these. Come back tomorrow and Latoria will let you know what she has found.
Sounds good. Latoria will have new books for us. Oh boy. Yes. Let's go ahead and activate the workstation. Ash King Crown. Amazing. Heraldon, okay. Yes. The Dwemer transcription machine. Mark of the 500 companions. Trying to Yifri, Snow of Crest, Snow of Crown, Pictoglass, and we're basically done at this point. Yeah, we're basically done. For now. Technically, we need the Elden Root staff, but we don't have enough pieces yet. Okay. We are... let's go ahead and grab this one here. Tamer's Hand, yes. And Walk Amongst the Dead. We're done. We've maxed out all our archaeology perks now. We have all of them. We have the Excavation, we have the Expedition, and we have the Academia perks. So we have maxed out our archaeology skill completely in all 3 trees. This is fine. Okay. Oh! It's, what's his name? I was gonna say Rumarin, but no. Egelman. Yes, it's Egelman. He's just hanging around the gallery. Okay, crown active. Sure. Let's see here. Transcription machine. Auto apothecary. Yeah, Egelman's here. Why wouldn't he be? We don't have the Elden Root staff right now. Do have the Shrine Diaphragm. Don't have an urn right now. Have the crest, yes. Yeah, that's Egelman. Pictoglass! Glorious. Okay. Bit by bit, things get placed. Now, we are missing something, though. Trying to figure out the Mark of the 500. Good. Pretty sure there was a mask. Does the mask not even go here? Is it on the wall instead? I think the mask, it's a straight-up Dragon Priest mask, which has its own place, I suppose. Let's sort this way and see. It's, yeah, Conjuration, Destruction, Heraldon. Hold on. I think it might have a place in the Dragon Priest Masks section here. Thorvalok. I guess not. So I suppose it does have, yeah, it's got to have its own spot then. Because, you know, it's obviously not the wooden mask. That's funny. I could have sworn it belonged here. Like, just right there. But, yeah, I don't see any evidence that it actually fits here. And Rumarin certainly ain't helping me. I guess I'll just shove it in the sorting chest and see what the sorting chest wants it to do. Because, yeah, it seems a bit odd. So, yeah, as far as this goes, we'll just put it in there, I suppose. Yep, there it is. And we'll just let it get sorted. Figure out where it goes. Additionally, I'd like to see about if anything else can get processed here. I mean, we need a replica. We already have a replica of Ariel's bow, don't we? Pretty sure we do. If we don't, well, that's kind of weird. Oh, the tonal staff of Kagris. Right, 3 Dwemer metal ingots. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Get the staff of Kagris in there. I think that would be a good idea. So if we go over to ingots and ore, yes, Dwemer metal ingots. We just need 3 of these, and we'll get ourselves a tonal staff replica. Yep, the new mask is displayed. I have no idea where it's displayed, mind you, but it is. So we're going to put the replica of the tonal staff in my... in the chest there. And we'll just let it go. Now, is there anything else I need to do? I'm thinking the answer is no. I'm pretty sure the answer is no. And, yeah, I forgot about these legendary blades. The bipolar blade, the debaser, the blood skull blade. True Flame and Hope's Fire. Never saw those before with their ability to kill the divine. Oh boy. Oh, yeah, it belonged there the whole time. I just didn't see it. Which is honestly about right. Did this one rotate? This one rotated and didn't go in correctly. Glorious, glorious. That is amusing, to say the least. I was gonna say that, yeah. I was going to move that mask up, but the game was like, hey, how about you not do that thing that you want to do? How about you not? And so I was sad because, you know, I was going to move it. Ah, well, no big deal. Let's get out of here. We did what we set out to do, which was to place specific relics, get those Daedric artifacts out of my inventory, being that they were a smidgen more important than anything else. I think, you know what, let's go to the safe house, make sure Rumarin and Serana are both set to live there. Just in case they get dismissed as a part of the... diplomatic immunity quest line. That is a problem, or would be a problem anyway. We'll see. We're just looping back around. Unfortunately, loading can take a while because Solitude is Solitude, and Solitude can be a problem zone, what with massive loads. Okay, up and away, and we will be in our safe house. Yes. Okay. Serana's here, very good. Yeah, all I wanted to do was make sure that if I go, I hit Rumarin, command, more, residence set. Serana, command, more, residence set. Now they both live in the safe house in case they get dismissed. They'll end up here. However, it occurs to me that if they do get dismissed, they'll lose their inventories as well. And I don't want that. So we're going to go ahead and be incredibly stupid. And we're going to go and actually get everything processed like I said I wasn't going to. Because I realize how important this shit is. So, yeah, we've got... for those who don't know, we currently have 1,867 displays in the gallery. Nowhere near full, by the way. We are going to spend the next, like, I don't want to say hour, but, you know, it's going to feel like an hour. Processing everything. Specifically the stuff that Serana has in my inventory. Everything that Rumarin has. My goodness. The game freezes up if you take too much stuff all at once, by the way. That is a function of Skyrim. See, what Skyrim does is it checks every line of inventory to see if it applies to a quest or some sort of function. You know, and then that's why it took a moment. Do the same thing here. This is a Legacy of the Dragonborn playthrough, and it uses 30 supported mods that all act in concert with one another. In other words, it's an entire suite devoted to specifically working as a relic hunter. It changes the entire course of the playthrough as far as that goes, because it has its own main quest in addition to Skyrim's main quest, and it ties into the main quests of, Worm's Tooth, Valskar, Undeath, Moonpath, like all the other, gigantic mods like Vigilant and so on and so forth. And it adds relics to the gallery from those mods. So it's a mega mod for interfacing with other mega mods. Now, that said, let's go ahead and do that. You said you've never managed to get Legacy of the Dragonborn mods to play together. Well, I mean, did you use the Patch Central? That is a problem that people very often have, is the Patch Central. You need to actively use that. Okay. Let's see. Lesson to the game developers: do not tie quests into inventory items. Yes. Oh boy. Anyway, that should be about it. The last thing I need to do is I need to use deep storage. Yes, but I'd highly recommend, if you have any concerns, to check out my mod list and look at the plugins I'm using, because I suspect I may have, a billion plugins that you don't, and that might be part of the problem. Either way, we're going to save now, because this is the part that takes, well, generally forever. And that is, we are going to, well, first of all, we'll have Serana and Rumarin wait. That's pretty important, because otherwise they'd be bounding around. Now that they're waiting, we're going to wait for everything to unfreeze. And we're going to have a look and use the display preparation. Okay, so what it's doing now is it's actually starting to sort things into the gallery. Now, because I actually have 28,000 pounds of carry weight on me from, both my followers, the chest, and the deep storage all combined. And yes, you can also use this shipment system to ship stuff to the gallery, and then you sort it from here, from this shipment section. So you go over to the shipment planner here and say, oh, well, I want to have shipments in carriages, inns, and player homes. And then I can, these crates would appear, and I'd just be able to, send things to the gallery directly via those shipments. Every 5 hours, it ships stuff off. That's another way to send things. But I just kind of have everything here. It's not a big deal. It just, we have to wait like 5 minutes for everything to get sorted into the gallery. And that's not a big deal. It's just that, this is a part of the playthrough. When you bring 24,000 pounds of carry weight, it's going to go and sort every line of that to see what belongs in the gallery and what doesn't. Now, I imagine I will have a few things added to the gallery for sure, but we don't know if, how many will get added in theory. It's just, I'm thinking less than 100, but, if we manage to crack the 2,000 mark, I'll be pretty happy. If we look at the welcome plaque, you can see it has 1,874, and if I were to use it again after it sorted things, it would increase. The old Histus flask, by the way, belongs in the museum, as does my Deceiver's Finery, which I'm wearing. and a few of my boots also, but I have a replica of the boots in the gallery, so, you know, it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, I mean, you see it's now 75 instead of 74. So it updates in real time as things get taken out of my inventory. I can't leave the cell or it will probably crash. So I just need to kind of waltz around. I saved it right before I used the processing table, just in case it does crash. Because, again, we're doing a monumental set of processing there. Yes. But, yes. Yeah, I'd highly recommend using Mod Organizer instead of Vortex. That's because Mod Organizer creates a virtual file system, allowing you to keep your folder clean. People were yapping about how shall we put this, the conventional way that Vortex installs things, and trying to say that it has merit, but it really doesn't. Other than, you know, errors with the program would be very difficult to diagnose. That the main author had trouble with it. Yes. On Nexus Mod Manager, there's actually a button in the basement of the museum which says NMM on it, and it says this button is broken beyond repair and will not has no hope of working correctly. The joke, of course. Yes. Half of your playtime was waiting for the sort function to end and moving everything into the cell pile. I understand that. I really do. Now, that said, my current save here is at 433 hours and 20 minutes. So I don't think a whole lot of that has been, you know, in the waiting for the sort function. But then again, I have been spending a lot of time adventuring, which is why we're at 24,000 pounds of carry weight already. So you know how that works. Yeah, right. No big deal. So, it's almost there. Yes. But yeah. Once you get your mod loadout settled, though, unless you plan on doing multiple playthroughs, you don't actually need a virtual file system. It just really, really helps when trying to diagnose problems initially at the beginning of the playthrough. You know, figuring things out, having priorities instead of, like, people constantly ask me, well, what files should overwrite which ones? And I'm like, don't. Set priorities in Mod Organizer. Like, I don't use Mod Organizer. I'm like, but you don't have to have files overwrite each other. They just have to have priorities so that they, in concept, overwrite each other, but don't really. It's good for just being able to drag, like, oh, well, this file needs to overwrite that one. In Nexus Mod Manager, that means reinstall the whole fucking mod. Whereas in Mod Organizer, it's literally just drag file up. Okay, congratulations. The bottom file now has priority. That's it. I mean, if Skyrim supported symlinks, proper symlinks, I think a lot of our troubles would be gone, and Nexus Mod Manager could do its thing properly. Sorry, Vortex could do its thing properly. Unfortunately, Skyrim is one of those games that does not really support symlinks. Not to the level you'd need to do to make a full loadout out of them. Yep. MO2 is easy enough for you? Yes. Ooh. Yep, we just have to chill out here for a while. Bashed patch? Well, yeah, you should obviously be using a bashed patch if you have... I'm using 444 plugins. You need a bashed patch, or yeah, a smash patch might work, but you know, how do I put this? Either way, you need to use one of the two for sure. I used Rybash because there's specific things I needed to change about the currency, which I talk about in my mod list. Yes. What operating system do I use? Here. KDE Neon. Yeah. These are my specs here. Okay. Wow, this is taking a lot longer to sort than I thought it was going to. I suppose I have a lot of items to sort. Let's go to the front. Only 58, bringing it to 1,925 displays. Okay. You need to install GPU drivers for NVIDIA. The actual, oh, this is the fun part. This is the real fun part, everybody. We're going to the sorting chest. Oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway, what I was gonna say was, as far as the, GPU drivers go, they were pre-installed along with the operating system. When the operating system, because this particular distribution has a setup where you can click to install proprietary drivers, and that's what it did. It was easy. Okay. Installed some stability patches. Well, it's not really about stability patches that make it stable or not. Usually it's how much stuff is going on at once, coupled with how much, what do you call it? Whether the script engine is, let's just say, stressed. Stressed is the word we'll use for it. But yes, it's the scripting engine is the cause of the vast majority of crashes. I get a crash in this playthrough. Keep in mind, this playthrough's been going for over 400 hours. I tend to get a crash every roughly 10 to 14 hours, somewhere in that range. Usually once a stream. If I do the stream for over 8 hours, you know, I might get a single crash, but some streams I don't get a crash at all. So what I'm trying to say is that at 444 plugins, we have a really stable experience, except you know, when things go awry. Yes, you say dirty mod edits. Well, thankfully, most of the dirty edits for the actual official plugins can be handled directly through what is called the auto quick clean function. But yeah, there are some mods that will legitimately it's not even dirty edits that might that are really the scary part. It's the undeleted the deleted references that have a tendency to just interact badly. I mean, all myriad factors could contribute to a playthrough being unstable. It might just be one single mod that is the difference between whether your game is crashy or not. You may say to yourself, you know, I'm only going to go with 229 plugins, right? You tell yourself, I'm only going to do 229 plugins, right? For my 228. That one extra plugin might tip the balance and cause it to, or not even tip the balance, sorry, might be the thing that makes it a buggy, crashy, glitchy mess. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that one mod, you might only have 40 plugins, and it might be a buggy, glitchy, crashy mess because of just that one of those 40 mods you have is causing it to screw up. In other words, there are people who will maintain that they need to keep below a certain plugin number. And, yeah. It's kind of funny. You get way too focused on finding more and more mods instead of just enjoying the game. I spent a day looking for mods. I don't regret that. Considering this playthrough has run me over 400 hours, that one day I spent putting the mod load order together is absolutely great. And I recommend to anyone not to install or remove any mods mid-playthrough. In other words, once you've got it, stick with it. Yes. But, yeah, this is something we do, you know, every few days. We just go through, deposit everything. A lot of this stuff needs to be processed in the safe house, which as soon as this sorting container gets done. Oblivion, people think, oh, I got this perfect Oblivion loadout, no problems. Unfortunately, when you reach about the 80-hour mark, the loadout becomes a buggy, glitchy, crashy mess. And you go, why did it happen? Why did it happen? Let's see. Bloated save files, yes, I've seen that happen in my previous Legacy, the Dragonborn run, the one for Legendary Edition. That one had files at 1.2 gigabytes apiece, and people go, actually, the game crashes if the files are that big. Not necessarily true. No. But yeah, I had a long-running Legacy of the Dragonborn run, you know, a few years ago, and the save files were just freaking huge, but they don't seem very big right now. That said, I do have basically a terabyte dedicated to this, and I clean up the files every once in a while, move them to a network-attached storage when they're not needed. The number still increments, which is hilarious. Yes. Mr. Speaker, we are for the big. Exactly. Is really funny, though. We're preparing to do diplomatic immunity, which is why we took everything off of our followers. Yep. After getting the load order optimization tool, you've never had problems with crash of desktops. I mean, it's still entirely possible to run into crash to desktop issues, depending on how many mods you're running with and what kind of mods. But for the most part, the load order optimization tool will tell you these days, the new version of it will flat out tell you if, well, technically this mod isn't supported with this mod. These two aren't compatible, and stuff like that. Loot is very good about giving you that kind of information, which you really need. So I think that's good, for sure. Yeah, I mean, between loot giving you more information and you know, the ability to do an auto quick clean of Bethesda's plugins. For the most part, Skyrim modding has become quite easy. There are occasional things that people just don't realize. For example, if you look at what's called immersive creatures, like I really like immersive creatures myself, but everyone says it makes the game crash all the time. What I've noticed is that if you turn off the random cell respawner the moment you start up the playthrough, it doesn't. It's the random cell respawner inside of immersive creatures that causes that problem. And I mentioned a bunch of other mods and customized settings for it. If you go check out my YouTube videos on this particular playthrough, episode 0 is me going over the mod list. And episode 0.5 is me explaining the mod configuration menu settings. And it's more important than people think. Like, they think they can just dump a bunch of files into the game directory and everything will just work out for the best. So, this is definitely the special edition. You can't get this version of Legacy of the Dragonborn on old Skyrim anymore. It will have issues. There's an older version of Legacy of the Dragonborn which you can get, but did you quick clean before you start modding? Yes. Yes, absolutely. You take your update.esm, your Dragonborn.esm, your Dawnguard.esm, your Hearthfire.esm. You wanna run all of those through quick clean. Make sure that there's no problems with them, because Bethesda did a bad job with their updates, Dragonborn and Dawnguard, and left a lot of dirty stuff in there. Yep. It's unfortunately a side effect of the creation kit, or should I say the development tools they use. And, mod makers know that these plugins need to be cleaned before distribution, because the creation kit Bethesda gives us is not that great. So, unfortunately, Bethesda themselves don't see a reason, because the dirty plugins actually work just fine, provided you don't mod anything. Once you start modding the same assets, like for example, you have deleted references, right? Well, if you have the if you modify something which is also a deleted reference in Bethesda's plugin, it has a tendency to just go nope and crash, because it's accessing something which is there's basically phantom data in the actual plugin, in Bethesda's plugin, and it's conflicting with your changes. It's dumb. It's very, very dumb. Yes. Okay. Now, we're gonna keep doing this. Just put stuff away. We're almost there. Oh, no, we're not almost there. We're halfway there. But it's fine. I don't care too much. This is the real part, is getting everything sorted properly. My inventory will speed up once we start finishing this off, but it's just kind of funny how ridiculous this is. Should do it. We're gonna leave the rest of those potions alone, I think, and just kind of yeah, we'll leave most of these potions alone. Just need the middle ones. I don't need medical solution. Like, I've been gathering medical solution because I remember, before I was a vampire, Like, that's how you cure diseases. You make the cure disease potions out of the medical solution. And it's for the deadly disease module where, you know, you can't just go to a shrine and get it cured. You have to actually pay to have one of the priests cure it. And it's a big deal. I'm just thinking of how ridiculous it is, though. That you have these, how do I best put this? It's a bit ridiculous how easy it is in vanilla Skyrim, or just in anything to, oh, well, just go to a shrine. It's cured. Ta-da! In Morrowind, you had a lot of issues in general, because you would have to actually pay at the shrines. You'd have to leave a donation, and that's how the shrine would cure you. And I always thought that was kind of bizarre. Like, does the shrine demand the money from you? You're technically leaving the money with, you know, someone at the shrine. Like, is the shrine sentient enough to know whether you've left the money or not? It was kind of dumb. And I always thought that it should be the priests who cured you in the, you know, may the gods have mercy on you if you get diseased in Daggerfall. Well, if you get diseased in Daggerfall, the disease can actually kill you. It will reduce your health for a while, like bit by bit. Like, your max health will go down the longer you're diseased. And if it reaches 0, then you actually die. That's kind of how Daggerfall works with that shit. Yep. All right. Double checking all this. So it's just the weak potions that are left. Most of those potions in the middle I'll keep hold of and put them in my storage chest. But every once in a while Skyrim nopes out and goes back up to the top of the list, which is extra annoying, by the way. Yeah. Kind of silly. When zombies were terrifying. Well, I think zombies in Daggerfall are a bit odd, because skeletons are more powerful than zombies. Sorry, less powerful than zombies, and it never made too much sense when it, I don't know, well, their muscle makes them super strong, I don't know. Just, the zombies weren't really that terrifying as a monster, you know, to look at, but then their stats were just ridiculous, and they were difficult to hit. Yes. You were trying to figure out why you weren't doing damage. Turns out you were dying from the plague. It doesn't tell you immediately. Yes. Okay, so the way Daggerfall works is you have a medical skill, and that medical skill allows you to appraise yourself and determine whether you are diseased or not. That's, your medical skill wasn't high enough for you to know that you were dying of the plague, basically. Alright, well, that's good. At the very least, we did get a decent amount of, I mean, we got all our potions dealt with. We got those squared away. All the rest of the potions that are in my inventory right now are going to get put into my phantasmal chest. And if I need my phantasmal chest in a pinch, you know, I can pull it out without a problem. But, like, these scrolls I don't really need right now. Though I might go for the Dragonhide ones. Nah, don't worry about that. Let me see. When you first played Morrowind, skeleton wrecked you. In Skyrim, they're a joke, yes. In Oblivion, the skeletons are tanky as hell, actually. It's a bit silly by comparison. Yes. Just gonna stay at the top of the thing, so if it nopes out, we just kind of make it go anyway. See, every once in a while it nopes out like that. A banana. Haven't seen many of those in Skyrim. Elsewhere treats. Alright. I was gonna say that skeletons are actually kind of terrifying in most of the Elder Scrolls games, except for Skyrim, because everything... They got their handle on the scaling, and you know, that's... It just became a bit too easy, and I don't know. I don't appreciate Skyrim's way of handling difficulty levels. I've modified the game so that, you know, legendary for me doesn't mean the same thing as legendary for you. Simuldawn really screws with it. But in the vanilla game, a higher difficulty just means that things become extremely bullet spongy. Like, it's a very lazy way to handle difficulty. I always thought that NPCs, like, if you play on a certain difficulty, maybe NPCs would use potions, or maybe they would try to use power attacks or bashes more. Maybe they'd have a silent spell that they'd try to use on you, and you'd have to dodge it. You know, like, basic changes to their AI package is ultimately what I'd want to see with difficulty levels. And I don't necessarily mean very, very smarter, right? Because, like, Bethesda is really bad at making good AI. I'm saying very, very, very simple stuff like, you know, use these spells, or use those spells. Use this, have this ability. Use it once per fight. You know, very simple stuff. I'm not saying they should be ultra strategic or anything, because I don't think that's within Bethesda's capabilities. I don't trust them to make complex combat AI. So I'm just saying, give them a handful of extra abilities to use, you know, or the ability to use potions and things like that. And, you know, that's how you would operate with it. You got bored of the bullet sponges in Fallout 3? Yes. I completely understand. Alright, this is the fun part. So, you know, most of my carry weight is coming from this last tab. And that's because of all the heavy stuff. Why do I have so many second stanzas of Kagernak? I have no idea. Does it matter? Absolutely not. But, and most of our carry weight will be these very, very heavy things. I have 77 filled Grand Black Soul Gems. Glorious. Grand Souls, yes. Grand Black Soul Gems. You mean just regular Black Soul Gems? Yes. Okay, we're gonna actually go and check out our fate cards to see if we've got any decks. I'm curious now, because we've gained a lot of fate cards since our last trip. So I'm curious about this. Yes. You did the first mission in Wolfenstein New Blood, and you got bored with how spongy everything was. You lowered it to easy, and it was still all spongy. Oh, boy. Yeah, I really enjoyed, how do I put this? I really enjoyed Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. However, I don't think any other Bethesda-attached studio has really dealt with, how do I put this? Dealt with difficulty levels as well as, you know, the Doom team, let's say. Because people will say, well, it's id, right? Well, yes and no. The people in charge of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal are not necessarily working under the same design ethos as people who are working on other games, assuming they are at all. Alright, let me see here. What do I think about ESO? how do I put this? ESO's interesting. Okay, like, I really enjoy the Aldmeri Dominion. I enjoy the Orsinium DLC, the Thieves Guild, the Dark Brotherhood DLC. I enjoyed Morrowind, even though the main quest of the Morrowind DLC was terrible. All of the side quests in the Morrowind DLC were entertaining. So, between that, you have a lot of good potential. Okay, so from there, Clockwork City was good. A bit dumb how it gets started. And, you know, I'll never really forget that that Doom, not Doom, sorry. I'll never forget that the Clockwork City should be a dungeon and Valkyries should be a zone, but they flipped it around. But still, Clockwork City is very well done. Somerset is a bit silly when you realize how the landscape is designed, but is also entertaining. You need to forget that this is the Somerset Island. Instead, just pretend it's a small island somewhere, because the play space is practically non-existent for Somerset. It's very tiny. But like the whole line, the quest line with the Sigics and the Slowed and all that's all really fun stuff, and I recommend it to most people. However, Elsewhere came along, and while I love the Alfiq Khajiits to death, and I love some of the characters and some of the side quests, I despise the Elsewhere main quest, and I found the overall DLC to be boring. Then, afterward, they introduced the Skyrim DLC, which is also boring. Yeah. So, ESO has had a long line of really good DLCs that I have enjoyed. They're flawed. Almost all of them are very flawed, but I enjoyed all of them immensely until Elsewhere and Skyrim came along and bored the shit out of me. So, that, like, you asked about the current state of the game, that's it. The new content bores the shit out of me. And that's unfortunate, because they had a run going of good stuff that I was like, yeah, let's get more of that. Especially Orsinium. Orsinium was the best DLC they've done, in my opinion. Better than Morrowind, better than, what is it called? Somerset. It's, and it wasn't a quote-unquote chapter either, it was just a DLC. But we haven't seen anything as good as Orsinium. That said, the others were fun. Yes, another year of Crown Store items. Jeez. I mean, I do buy stuff from the Crown Store, but that's because I just, you know, get the ESO Plus whenever I play, so they give me a bunch of free crowns. Not free crowns. They give me crowns in compensation for using ESO Plus. But yeah. As far as the other, like, I mentioned I love the Aldmeri Dominion, and that's not just because I play High Elves, but it's because it's just the best told story they have in their, with their content, that is the Alliance content. Daggerfall Covenant is actually really good once they get to Rivenspire, but it's boring until then, unfortunately. Aldmeri Dominion, sorry, the Ebonheart Pact triggers too many flags, and I go, no, that's wrong! Why are you doing this? You know, frequently. So, I can't enjoy the Ebonheart Pact the same way an ignorant person would. Or someone who's willing to jump through mental gymnastics to avoid the fact that the whole faction is terrible. Because they want to see some of their favorite stuff referenced, like Devaith Fear in Mournhold, sending you to the Clockwork City. Jeez. Alexia's there. Yay! Alright, I think that's it. I think we've got everything. So, what I am going to do is make sure... Yes. Immersive wenches. Don't care about that. Riv Dawn or ceiling. No. Okay, we need to quick save now, just in case it crashes. And now, it is... now we have to wait for the sorting chest to finish. But everything is getting placed in the safe house. All those items are going to the safe house. They're going into different containers all around the safe house. And so that's what's happening. Otherwise, the everything's set up here. And everything we wanted to put in the gallery's in the gallery. I'm very pleased with this. Yep, we've got the all the masks and everything. That's glorious. Let's have a look and see what items. Yep. So 1,925. I guess we could finish putting the paintings away when the sorting chest finishes, of course, because the paintings will be in the sorting chest. Goodness gracious. What do you think they should be focusing on in terms of development? Well, unfortunately, they had before the virus hit real life. They had promised a year of optimization and bug fixes, like improvements, fixing all of the major issues with ESO. And yeah, it's like the players are flat out very annoyed about the fact that apparently, as far as they're being told, due to the virus, this whole year of optimizations and updates has just kind of flown away, right? It's I think that's what they need to actually work on. Fixing the shit that's broken. Unfortunately, that's not what brings money. What brings money is more Crown Store items. And doing hashtag ESOFam on social media. And encouraging other creators to do hashtag ESOFam on social media. It's disgusting. Let me go. Let me pull this up. Okay, so when we talk about hashtag ESOFam, this is what we're actually talking about. Right here. Turning customers into fanatics, products into obsessions, employees into ambassadors, and brands into religions. Yes, that's what we're talking about when we talk about hashtag ESOFam. It's disgusting. I used shit like that to influence people back when I was in sales. I see it right away. And it makes me sick. Okay. Yes. It was from a keynote, a quote-unquote 3-day masterclass in experience management. Experience management. Yes. But you'll notice that the ESO's community managers, they're world class, okay? They are world class at PR. They will take their new Crown Store outfits, right? And they will find a cosplayer someone who dresses up like that. And they'll showcase them with, of course, hashtag ESOFam. Make a big deal about it. Get everyone excited to look that way in order to sell it in the store. It's genuinely disgusting. And you know what? I'd give them some slack if the game were free to play. But they're charging people not only for the outfits, but then they're charging people for the crown crates. They're doing loot boxes, right? And then on top of that, they're also selling people chapters and you know, other DLCs on top of all that. Yes. Exactly. But, yeah, I mean, I enjoy the game. Play it from time to time, but I have major criticisms of it that are only getting more significant the more I see the way the game is being handled. And, you know, I honestly think their DLC, the way they're charging people for, they said, "When do you play PvP?" I used to recommend ESO to everybody, not just people who wanted to play through the quest lines. Like, I recommended it to everybody because Cyrodiil PvP was a true successor to Dark Age of Camelot's PvP. They hired Dark Age of Camelot's PvP guy to do it, and that's freaking awesome. Then oh boy, they ruined Cyrodiil PvP. The servers and the frame rate, it tanks in large battles. Their suggestion, maybe spread out a bit in a Kingdom Conflict server, which, you know, that's what Cyrodiil PvP is. And they added ridiculous artifacts to unbalance the game. Yay. They added Daedric relics to Cyrodiil PvP. Ready to use Voldrung to attack the walls? Great. Yeah. So, no, I don't do Cyrodiil PvP anymore. Yep. So the servers weren't always this bad. They were always questionable, right? They were always iffy, but they've gotten significantly worse over time as they've added more stuff to ESO. I'm almost certain that, and I could be wrong on this point, but I believe they do not have a dedicated senior software engineer devoted to fixing these problems. I suspect that they looked at their current situation and told their programmer to no, you got to work on new skills for a new class that we need to release next year. We need to rework these skills. No, get off the servers and go work on this. And, you know, generalists, like, if I'm right and the game has generalists working on things who are being diverted from, you know, actually fixing the game to doing these little things, I'll be pissed. I will be legitimately pissed if my thought, now this probably isn't the case, but I'm thinking that, you know, there's probably only a handful of people fixing this, and there is no dedicated senior software engineer to actually refactor, you know, for refactoring the code in order to actually fix this shit. I don't think it's happening. I think it's being offloaded for something else. That's what I think's going on. Yep. Exactly. Put stuff that provides direct income before everything else. That's what I'm saying. And the virus hidden would be, you know, why they're really focused on it. Anyway. Let me see here. Yeah, it's a live service, so people have been tricked into thinking they should only play that forever. And if you want better raids, go play World of Warcraft. If you want better dungeons, you could play World of Warcraft or, well, probably Final Fantasy XIV is your best bet on that. People talk up Final Fantasy XIV's story, but you're not going to get the Elder Scrolls experience out of it. So, as far as PvP goes, Cyrodiil PvP would probably be the best you're going to get in an official MMO. You can get Dark Age of Camelot emulated servers, which work, but that's not in a quote-unquote official experience. So, yeah, I mean, I guess Cyrodiil PvP is still kind of the reason to play ESO and why it stands out head and shoulders above everything else. But, yeah. Yes. Return of Reckoning, PvP is still better than ESO. I don't doubt that. I just haven't had the opportunity. Anyway. Arian, how you doing? Oh yeah, I can't show him the letter in Shard. That'll start the Legacy of the Dragonborn main quest. Can't do that right now. Indeed, indeed. We should be good now. I think everything's properly sorted, and it's just the text log hasn't updated yet. We're gonna go check out the sorting chest. Yep, the sorting chest is done. So I just need to grab a couple things from the sorting chest, specific items here. I just need to go down this list and make sure I don't, I haven't left anything behind that, you know. Yeah, the sorting chest is officially done. It's just, yip yap. Hold on. We have to focus. First stanza Kagranak, I need that. Okay. Gym socket toolkit, I need that. Let me sorry here. I have 600 hip bones. Alright. We'll take Miko's Warhorn because we can, and the Numina because we can favorite those. Yes. What else? Still going down the list. We do not need the Ritual Mask of Boethia anymore. It's spooky and it's funny, but we just don't need it, and it causes issues with, we know you're carrying a Daedric artifact! Like, no, I'm not. Stop it. We have 3 Scrolls of Abjuration. We could probably process those. Oh, Shaldor Stone, we need that. I'm just going down this list. 3rd stanza Kagranak, very good. Static object, yes. Mammoth Tusk. Orchard Tools. These are all of the different cursed items, of course. And more cursed items. I like that I have a Shadow Mirror, which I put in a box, and then we have another Shadow Mirror anyway. It respawns. Emperor Titus, he's still around. Very good. That should do it, I suppose. I have Victoria Vici sealed away as well. Hold on. SEC. The second stanza of Kagranak ended up somewhere. Hold on. Well, we'll figure it out later. Let's access our sorting chest now. Sorry, not our sorting chest, our phantasmal chest. Yes. Very good. Now that the phantasmal chest is open, we're going to put all our potions in it. You can see how much faster the inventory works now, as opposed to before. All right. We're going to grab maybe 15 of these and 4 of those. 3 of those. Okay, that's good. Etherealize and Fortify Destruction. Grab 5 of those. Alteration, resist poison. No, we don't need those. Put those all away, actually. Yeah, we don't need resist poison, but the Fortify Alteration's nice, so we'll pick out 10 of those because they're useful. Fortify Destruction, resist shock. Take those. Let's see, 16 of those. Speech and Alteration. Grab like 15 of those. Resist fire. 15. Resist shock and magicka. And Potions of Blood will grab like, I don't know, 70 Potions of Blood. There we go. Now we have a decent number of potions, which are all very usable for anything we need. And, I guess resist magic. Yeah, resist magic and blood. These both heal you and they resist all magic, 31%, which is great. Everything else is in the Phantasmal Chest. Is there anything else I need to put in the Phantasmal Chest, come to think of it? Like anything that I want to hold on to for later? And I think the answer is no. I just wanted to make absolutely certain there wasn't a duplicate of something or other. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, fine. Phantasmal Chest can go away now. What we need to do is we're actually going to favorite specific items we don't want to accidentally put away, like the Numina, Shalador's Stone, Miko's Warhorn. So those are all items that I want to hold on to and I don't want to accidentally get rid of. That's fine. Everything else should be okay. Let's head upstairs to the safe house. I'm debating if there's anything from the safe house I absolutely need right now. I was thinking about some septums, maybe? Do I need money? That's the question. I think the answer is no. Like a firm, fixed no. Let's actually go to... No. We do need to go to the safe house to get a couple pieces of clothing which we want to sell. We want to go to the Radiant Raiment and sell a couple things on our way out. Rather than grabbing money and taking it with us, we're going to instead sell a bunch of junk to get our speechcraft skill up. And in doing that, you can see, look at these, all the coins here. So all those coins there are actually part of this treasury. If we take all the money, you can see the whole treasury will deplete. Because the treasury itself are all just all the septums you have. So we're going to look at that. And then now the whole treasury just repopulates. So we're not going to deplete the treasury. We are instead going to go over here and go to our miscellaneous chest. Yes, we're one of the same kind, you and I. I'm glad to have met you. Indeed. Wait, a couple more things. Duplicates. Now, as I was saying, clutter chest. Double check if there's anything else there. Like 2 million gold for the VAT max for visual change? I think so. But we only have 300,000, so it's not that big a deal. We've actively destroyed Skyrim's economy, so money doesn't come in quite the same way it used to. Let me see.
The same kind, you and I. I'm glad to have met you.
Damn right. Okay, we're looking for bullion. Silver bullion, yes, take those. Now we'll go upstairs and have a look at the clothing. And we want to sort by most expensive. And we can see these Moloch Ball Worshipper robes are worth 109,000 because they're freaking ridiculous. If you think that that text is tiny because you can't read it, or you can't read it because it's just super tiny, yeah, that's exactly right. But no, we're actually going to get a couple of these extra ones here. We're looking for duplicates specifically that we can sell, and we won't get much money for these. Like people, people think that these are actually worth a lot based on their exponential numbers. They don't know what happened to Skyrim's economy. We won't get nearly as much, but we're gonna sell those extras anyway. You can see the cloak closet. There's
so good to see you again.
yeah, there's Elena. She's happy here in the cloak room with all the cloaks, I suppose.
Is there something I can do for you?
Nope. I have no idea. Okay. Let's save the game now, and we're gonna head on out. Our goal is Radiant Raiment, and maybe bits and pieces to sell the items we have. And after we finish selling the items we have, hey, Arian's heading out front. We'll head down to the docks and break down all of the stuff, like the different, what do you call them? The septums and the bullion and stuff. I'm pretty sure we have 5,000 septums worth of these large gold coins we can just exchange there. I have 444 plugins. You can type !mod list to have a look. Just follow it. Uh-oh. It's time. It's that time again, everybody.
Yes?
Get started. It's the news of the hour, everyone.
Hear ye! Hear ye! Good citizens of Solitude and visitors to our fair city from far and near. By lawful decree of our Jarl, clan feuds and personal duels are henceforth banned within the walls of Solitude. Duels of consent are permitted only beyond the city limits, in designated areas agreed upon by the parties involved. No closer than 200 paces from the nearest city wall.
Bits and pieces first. Bits and pieces first. Right.
Speak quickly.
Yes, yes.
Hello, I'm Gisli, but you can just call me Erica's sister. Everyone does. Welcome to the center of the world, or at least my brother Erica's world.
I hate Erica so much. That's my entire life. My entire existence is being angry.
We'll speak.
You need to leave?
Later. Welcome. Look around. We've got everything you could want in life.
You need to leave.
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine, I suppose. Let me look at something.
Come back to bits and pieces anytime.
Sorry, I had to change into my selling
Need
things.
something? Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Yes. Just because something isn't officially ported to the special edition doesn't mean you can't get it. Look at these amazing prices. Yes, we're going to sell all these. That's right. Yep. And we got 2,900 septums out of it and 2 speechcraft increases. Yes. Yep.
Make sure to recommend us
okay.
To your associates.
That's how it works. That's how it works.
The man's as trustworthy as a Khajiit goldmonger.
Very good. He's got another thing to talk about, but we're leaving already. We got to get down to the docks to change out some of our currency. Good currency units. Now, as I was saying, we just have a bit more to do. So we're going to make a left turn, go down to the docks, and we have a bunch of extra large gold coins and a bunch of silver coins that need to be exchanged for the teeny tiny little gold coins. Yes. Now then.
If you want a horse, or Catla if you're looking for work.
I can't help you. Alright. Okay then. I was trying to figure out what...
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, sir!
I like those eyes you... Good business for the East Empire Company means all the more gold for the Empire.
Like to change some money.
How much?
How much? Yes, we actually need to turn...
I don't have time for anyone too lazy or cowardly to make their own way in this world.
Make their own way in this world. Do you mean through your, lucrative business empire that was handed to you, by birthright? Yeah. Their own way through this world. Nepotism. Nepotism. Okay. Good. So we now have 14,000 septums. Now that we've converted all our currency over. We're going to give that all to Serana right now, who will hold it for us for later. Ness. Good. Now, we're going to figure out where we're going. Ah, yes, we have to talk to Melbourne. Very important. He's the Melbourne. You know, we've got all the Borns. We got the Dragonborn and the Melbourne. Everyone knows about the legend of the Dragonborn, right?
Poor baby born, please don't cry anymore, 'cause your mommy is here, baby born, baby born. When baby born cries, she's thirsty. Let's give her a bottle. Just like a real baby, she's wet her diaper. Baby born, baby born.
All right. Yes. Medkit, you know there's an emote in the channel for it? It's the actual baby-born doll. Yep. Okay. So, we gotta go see Melbourne now. There you go. Yes. See, people very often disparage people who play Skyrim, call them sky babies. But the Dragonborn is literally a people refer to it as a power fantasy, but all the Elder Scrolls games are power fantasies. The issue is the instant gratification of, you're Dragonborn, because some god made it so. Alright, where's Melbourne? Should be around here somewhere. Down here, we have diplomatic immunity. He's somewhere in Solitude. Is he in the Winking Skeever? I think he's in the Winking Skeever. Yes, he is. Let's go. Well, yeah, you earn the reputation by crusading through an Oblivion Gate, right? The thing is, you're, like, people say, you know, it's a bit pigeonholed how you become Sheogorath, Prince of Madness in Shivering Isles. Not really, if you think about it. Your character was nuts. He ran into a hell portal. He or she just ran into a hell portal. And fought through an alien realm, defeating demons in order to save a city. Like, your character's nuts. But my point is that you earn that, whereas in Skyrim, you have a cadre of guards, including an unkillable housecarl, who all together fight this dragon, you could just sit inside the tower the whole time, and they would kill the dragon for you. And then he'd shout, Dovahkiin? No! And then you would receive the soul, be told you're Dragonborn, having done nothing. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Divines bless you. May the ground you walk quake.
My point is that, you know, I find it misplaced the way people tend to insult others for, you know, playing Skyrim, calling them sky babies. However, the Babyborn, on the other hand, that's legit. In Daggerfall, you never felt like a hero. You were a mercenary running around for royalty. You could get super rich, yes. But you were never the guy. You were always the agent. You were an agent for royalty. That's who you were in Daggerfall. The world existed despite you. And political, like, there was a background simulation in Daggerfall, always running. And political factions would change. And, you know, because you were a part of this faction, because of an incident that happened at the palace completely out of your control, suddenly these people hate you and these people like you. And because these people are allied to your faction, these people did something that made, you know, that reflected badly on your faction as well. And, you know, there was just a weave of political changes that constantly happened during the Daggerfall playthrough. And what I'm trying to say is the world exists despite you, period. However, Morrowind took a different approach, and, you know, everything kind of waits for you. The world is you in Skyrim, yes. But in Morrowind, you have to earn the power fantasy in Morrowind. You work your way up through this prophecy, and they make it very clear in the middle of the game that you were brought here. I say the middle of the game, not the beginning of the game. You in the middle of the game, they tell you were brought here to satisfy the requirements of this prophecy. Whether you are this legendary hero or not, we don't care. What we want to do is we want to make you satisfy the requirements of this prophecy to either appear to be this person or just make the prophecy happen. Okay, we want you to accomplish the prophecy. That's what they tell you, like, halfway through Morrowind. Is you're we don't really know if this prophecy stuff is legit or not, but we want you to take a crack at it. And they make it clear that they have a backup plan. They have Imperial Legion soldiers garrisoned all over the island, ready to take control if you fail. Like, they have a backup plan. They just really want you, you know, you're the disposable inmate who got brought from the Imperial City after having committed some sort of crime. We don't have any idea what happened to your character in Morrowind in order to get them, you know, you said that backup will fail horribly. They don't know that. And you don't know what kind of relics they might bring against Dagoth. Yes. Jube is nobody. Jube is a complete nobody. Yes. The Legion couldn't even clean up the whole Firemoth place. Yeah, Firemoth is broken. In several ways, actually. It's absolutely an interesting plugin, but it's incredibly broken. Anyway, what I'm trying to get at is Yeah, you never really know if the demigods, Vivek and Co, are suddenly going to declare you a fraud and kill you on the spot. Well, that's the crazy part is you, like, the ordinators all turn against you at one point in the quest line until you go and talk to Vivek and basically say, hey, look, I got the ring. What are you going to do about this? Yes. Anyway. Again, the Firemoth plugin was an afterthought. They just wanted to do a big scale battle to show that Morrowind could do it. And part of that was, like, all of those unofficial plugins, or sorry, all those official plugins, I almost called them unofficial. All the official plugins were actually tutorials on using the creation kit, construction set. They were like, hey, this is shit you can do in the construction set. Have a look at it. This is our work, basically. They added on to the game to showcase what it could do as a way to get people to go, oh, I can make mods with this. And it was very effective. There were other things that took a stab at fixing certain problems with Morrowind, like lack of specific armors and things of that nature. But, yeah, that's neither here nor there. All right, let's get back to it and have a...
See if you need a good rumor or two.
Fabulous. Where's Melbourne?
Fletching suits me. It's difficult and sometimes tedious, but a well-made arrow strikes forth like the fury of a god.
Fury of a god.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out.
Of course, of course. Let's click diplomatic immunity. Make sure we know where he is. He's behind us. He's in the corner here.
Good afternoon.
Melbourne. All right. Well then.
What do you need?
What do I need indeed? Unfortunately for me, I do need to take off and get some stuff done. But when I get back, we're going to be doing diplomatic immunity. Will I be back today? I hope so, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. We'll probably be reconvening in about 12 hours from now. That's probably what's going to happen. However, I am, like, diplomatic immunity is kind of the beginning of the main quest, right? It's not too far in. I've been playing this particular playthrough for 434 hours and 34 minutes. That's how long it's taken for me to get to doing diplomatic immunity.